vzal ten Titanic postrády.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Seerohrtiefe. Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ausblasen.
Ten Titanic, prdeli. A ten se usnul, kokot. What the fuck? A?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Deckgeschütz besetzen. Flachs besetzen.
Подожди. Jdeme na to. Připraveni. Jsem připraven. Ten DiCaprio s tou pítkou v té loďce, kurva. Máme pivo? Tavarišči. Herr tavarišči. Jsem z toho laký zmetený. Kurva fix. Jsem z toho kokot. Hej, kdo má helbu? Dezertér. Je tam? Už tam je zas. Byl se vychcat. klikal do vozu. Teraz něco sejme. Ajajajaj. Bože. Patrně. Hlavně nenápadně. Nikde nic. Lidé. Oni tam lítají kolem osmy. Nebudeme riskovat. Herr Kapitän.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Derzeitige Tiefe
1-0.
Derzeitige Tiefe
2-0.
Derzeitige Tiefe
3-0.
Derzeitige Tiefe
4-0.
Derzeitige Tiefe
5-0.
Derzeitige Tiefe
6-0.
Cože? Kolik je? Dole.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Tiefe unter Kiel ist
3-7.
Ježišmarja, nahoru.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
neue Tiefe
4-0. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
Které je dneska? 15. jún 41. Jak to, že spí? Jak to, že... A bláz. Pustíme si radio. Ano, pustíme si radio. 41. Rok. News. Radio News.
The Nazis have taken military.
Ticho, nácik.
We have doubled and redoubled our vast
Ticho
production,
nacisti, ticho nacisti.
increasing month by month our material supply of the tools of war for ourselves and for Britain and for China, and eventually for all the democracies. The supply of these
Nějaká demokracie nebo
will
co?
not fail. It will increase. With greatly
Chceme
augmented
demokracii.
strength, the United States and the other American republics now chart their course in the situation of today. Your government knows what terms Hitler, if victorious, would impose. They are indeed the only terms on which he would accept a so-called negotiated peace. And under those terms, Germany would literally parcel out the world, hoisting the swastika itself over vast territories and populations, and setting up puppet governments of its own choosing, wholly subject to the will and the policy of a conqueror. To the people of the Americas, a triumphant Hitler would say, as he said after the seizure of Austria,
Já to radio
and
rozkoušu
as
asi.
he said after Munich, and as he said after the seizure of Czechoslovakia, I
Čechoslovakia.
am now completely satisfied. This is the last territorial readjustment I will see. And he would of course add, all we want is peace and friendship and profitable trade relations with you in the new world. Were any of us in the Americas so incredibly simple and forgetful as to accept those honeyed words,
Soudruh
what
Roosevelt.
would then happen? Those in the new world who are seeking profits would be urging that all that the dictatorship desired was peace. They would oppose toil and taxes for more American armament. And meanwhile, the dictatorships would be forcing the enslaved peoples of their old world conquests into a system they are even now
Máš tam co? Máš tam co?
to build a naval and air force
Nic.
intended to gain and hold and be master of the Atlantic and the Pacific as well. They would fasten an economic stranglehold upon our several nations. Quislings would be found to subvert the government in our republic, and the Nazis would back their fifth columns with invasion if necessary. No, I am not speculating about all this. I merely repeat what is already in the Nazi book of world conquest. They plan to treat the Latin American nations as they are now treating the Balkans. They plan then to strangle the United States of America and the Dominion of Canada. The American laborer would have to compete with slave labor in the rest of the world. Minimum wages, maximum hours, nonsense. Wages and hours fixed by Hitler.
Hitler?
The dignity and power and standard of living of the American
Hitler,
worker
nasz
and
Hitler.
farmer would be gone. Trade unions would become historic relics, and collective bargaining a joke. Farm income? What happens to all farm surpluses without any foreign trade? The American farmer would get for his products exactly what Hitler wanted to give.
Cože?
The farmer would face obvious disaster and complete regimentation. Tariff walls, Chinese walls of isolation.
A teď říkal
would
mě?
be futile.
Chinese.
Freedom to trade is essential to our economic life. We do not eat all the food we produce. We
Asi
do not
vyznají.
burn all the oil we can pump. We do not use all the goods we can manufacture. It would not be an American wall to keep Nazi goods out. It would be a Nazi wall to keep us in. The whole fabric of working life as we know it, business and manufacturing, mining and agriculture, all would be mangled and crippled under such a system, Yet to maintain even that crippled independence would require permanent conscription of our manpower. It would curtail the funds we could spend on education, on housing, on public works, on flood control, on health. And instead, we should be permanently pouring our resources into armament. And year in and year out, standing day and night watch against the destruction of our cities. Yes, even our right of worship would be threatened. The Nazi world does not recognize any God except Hitler. For the Nazis are as ruthless as the communists in the denial of God. What place has religion, which preaches the dignity of the human being, the majesty of the human soul, in a world where moral standards are measured by treachery, bribery, and fifth columny? Will our children too wander off, goose-stepping in search of new gods? We do not accept, we will not permit this Nazi shape of things to come.
Cože?
It will never be forced upon us if we act in this present crisis with the wisdom and the courage which have distinguished our country in all the crises past. Today, the Nazis have taken military possession of the greater part of Europe. In Africa, they have occupied Tripoli and Libya, and they are threatening Egypt, the Suez Canal, and the Near East. But their plans do not stop there, for the Indian Ocean is the gateway to the farther East. They also have the armed power at any moment to occupy Spain and Portugal. And that threat extends not only to French North Africa and the western end of the Mediterranean Sea, it extends also to the Atlantic fortress of Dakar and to the island outposts of the New World, the Azores and Cape Verde Islands. Yes, these Cape Verde Islands are only 7 hours distance from Brazil by bomber or troop-carrying planes. They dominate shipping routes to and from the South Atlantic. The war is approaching the brink of the Western Hemisphere itself. It is coming very close. Control or occupation by Nazi forces of any of the islands of the Atlantic would jeopardize the immediate safety of portions of North and South America and of the island possessions of the United States, and therefore of the ultimate safety of the continental United States itself. Hitler's plan of world domination would be near its accomplishment today. There is not but 2 factors. One is the epic resistance of Britain, her colonies, and the great dominion, fighting not only to maintain the existence of the island of Britain, but also to hold the Near East and Africa. The other is the magnificent defense of China, which will, I have reason to believe, increase in strength. And all of these together are preventing the Axis from winning control of the seas by ships and aircraft. The Axis powers can never achieve their objective of world domination unless they first obtain control of the sea. That is their supreme purpose today, and to achieve it, they must capture Great Britain. They could then have the power to dictate to the Western Hemisphere no spurious argument, no appeal to sentiment, no false pledges like those given by Hitler at Munich can deceive the American people into believing that he and his Axis partners would not, with Britain defeated, close in relentlessly on this hemisphere of ours. But if the Axis powers fail to gain control of the seas, then they are certainly defeated. Their dreams of world domination will then go by the board. And the criminal leaders who started this war
Jsme kriminálníci.
suffer inevitable disaster.
Bože.
Both they and their people know this. And they and their people are afraid.
Cože?
That is why they are risking everything they have, conducting desperate attempts to break through to the command of the ocean. Once they are limited to a continuing land war, their cruel forces of occupation will be unable to keep their heel on the necks of the millions of innocent, oppressed peoples on the continent of Europe. And in the end, their whole structure will break into little pieces.
Hledej,
And let us remember that the wider the Nazi land,
Ariec, vole.
the greater is their
Blondáček,
ultimate
blondý,
danger.
blondý.
We do not forget the
Dej ho
silence.
pryč, dej ho pryč.
Masters
Víte,
of
jako
Germany,
Turka.
those at least who have not been assassinated or escaped to
Že
free
by to
soil,
spí?
have marked these silent peoples and their
Doktora.
children's children for
Doktora.
slavery. But those people, spiritually unconquered,
Už to ladí.
Austrians, Czechs, Poles, Norwegians, Dutch, Belgians, Frenchmen, Greeks, Southern Slavs, yes, even those Italians and Germans who themselves have been enslaved, will prove to be a powerful force in the final disruption of the Nazi system. All freedom, meaning freedom to live and not freedom to conquer and subjugate other peoples, depends on freedom of the seas. All of American history, North, Central, and South American history, has been inevitably tied up with those words, freedom of the seas. Since 1799, 142 years ago, when our infant Navy made the West Indies and the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico safe for American ships,
Mexiko?
since 1804 and 1805,
On myslel
when we
Trumpův
made
záliv,
all
asi.
peaceful
Asi jo?
commerce safe from the depredations of the Barbary pirate, since the War of
A Trumpovu,
1812, which was fought
Trumpovo
for the
Grónsko.
preservation of sailors' rights, since
Trumpov.
1867, when our sea power made it possible for the Mexicans to expel the French army of Louis Napoleon, we have striven and fought in defense of freedom of the seas. Freedom of the seas for our own shipping, for the commerce of our sister republics, for the right of all nations to use the highways of world trade, and for our own safety. During the First World War, we were able to escort merchant ships by the use of small cruisers and gunboats and destroyers, and that type called convoy was effective against submarines. In this Second World War, however, the problem is greater. It is different, because the attack on the freedom of the seas is now fourfold. First, the improved submarine. Second, the much greater use of the heavily armed raiding cruiser or the hit-and-run battleship. Third, the bombing airplane, which is capable of destroying merchant ships 700 or 800 miles from its nearest base. And fourth, the destruction of merchant ships in those ports of the world that are accessible to bombing attacks. The Battle of the Atlantic now extends from the icy waters of the North Pole to the frozen continent of the Antarctic. Throughout this huge area, there have been sinkings of merchant ships in alarming and increasing numbers by Nazi raiders or submarines. There have been sinkings even of ships carrying
Volový
neutral
oraz.
flags. There have been sinkings in the South Atlantic, off West Africa, and the Cape Verde Islands, between the Azores and the islands off the American coast, and between Greenland and Iceland. great numbers of these sinkings have been actually within the waters of the Western Hemisphere itself. The blunt truth of this seems to be this, and I reveal this with the full knowledge of the British government. The present rate of Nazi sinkings of merchant ships is more than 3 times as high as the capacity of British shipyards to replace them. It is more than twice the combined British and American output of merchant ships today.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
We can answer this peril
Alle Maschinen stopp.
by 2 simultaneous measures.
Přetočíme čas.
First, by speeding up and increasing our own great shipbuilding program, and second, by helping to cut down the losses on the high seas. Tax on shipping off the very shores of land which we are determined to protect present an actual military danger to the Americas. And that danger has recently been heavily underlined by the presence in Western Hemisphere waters of a Nazi battleship of great striking power. You remember that most of the supplies for Britain go by a northerly route, which comes close to Greenland and the nearby island of Iceland. Germany's heaviest attack is on that route. Nazi occupation of Iceland or bases in Greenland would bring the war close to our own continental shores, because those places are stepping stones to Labrador, to Newfoundland, to Nova Scotia, yes, to the northern United States itself, including the great industrial centers of the north, the east, and the middle west. Equally, the Azores and the Cape Verde Islands, if occupied or controlled by Germany, would directly endanger the freedom of the Atlantic and our own American physical safety. Under German domination, those islands would become bases for submarines, warships, and airplanes raiding the waters that lie immediately off our own coast and attacking the shipping in the South Atlantic. They would provide a springboard for actual attack against the integrity and the independence of Brazil and her neighboring republics. I have said on many occasions that the United States is mustering its men and its resources only for purposes of defense, only to repel attack. I repeat that statement now. But we must be realistic when we use the word attack. We have to relate it to the lightning speed of modern warfare. Some people seem to think
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
we are not attacked until
Ein Drittel
bombs
Fahrt voraus.
actually drop in the streets of New York or San Francisco or New Orleans or Chicago. But they are simply
Jawohl, Herr
telling
Kaloin.
their eyes
Ausblasen.
that we must learn from the fate of every nation that the Nazis have conquered. The attack on Czechoslovakia began with the conquest of Austria. The attack on Norway began with the occupation of
Roosevelt je ale
Denmark.
ukecaný
The attack
kokot.
on Greece began with occupation of Albania and Bulgaria. The attack on the Suez Canal began with the invasion of the Balkans and North Africa. And the attack on the United States can begin with the domination of any base which menaces our security.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
or
Wahnsinnige
south.
Fahrt voraus.
Nobody can foretell tonight just when the acts of the dictators will ripen into attack on this hemisphere and us. But we know enough by now to realize that it would be suicide to wait until they are in our front yard.
Pustul.
When your enemy comes at you in a tank or a bombing plane, if you hold your
Ten má
fire
spát.
until you see the whites of his eyes, you will
Jawohl, Herr
never
Kaloin.
know what hit you. Our bunker hill.
Ještě světlo.
maybe several thousand miles from Boston, Massachusetts. Anyone with an atlas, anyone with a reasonable knowledge of the sudden striking force of modern war, knows that it is
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Deckgeschütz besetzen, Flaks besetzen.
Počkej, já jsem chtěl jenom flak, ne? Flak, jaký flak?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Flak besetzen.
We have accordingly extended our patrol in North and South Atlantic waters. We are steadily adding more and more ships and planes to that patrol. It is well known that the strength of the Atlantic fleet has been greatly increased during the past year, and that it is constantly being built up. These ships and planes warn of the presence of attacking raiders on the sea, under the sea, and above the sea. Danger from these raiders is of course greatly lessened if their location is definitely known. We are thus being forewarned. We shall be on our guard against efforts to establish Nazi bases closer to our hemisphere. The deadly facts of war compel nations for simple preservation to make stern choices. It does not make sense, for instance, to say I believe in the defense of all the Western Hemisphere, and in the next breath to say I will not fight for that defense until the enemy has landed on our shores. If we believe in the independence and the integrity of the Americans, we must be willing to fight to defend them just as much as we would fight for the safety of our own home. It is time for us to realize that the safety of American homes, even in the center of this, our own country, has a very definite relationship to the continued safety of homes in Nova Scotia or Trinidad or Brazil. Our national policy today, therefore, is this. First, we shall actively resist wherever necessary, and with all our resources, every attempt by Hitler to extend his Nazi domination to the Western Hemisphere. As a military force, we were weak when we established our independence, but we successfully stood off tyrants, powerful in their day, tyrants who are now lost in the dust of history. Odds meant nothing to us then. Shall we now, with all our potential strength, hesitate to take every single measure necessary to maintain our American liberty? Our people and our government will not hesitate to meet that challenge. As the President of a united and determined people, I say solemnly, we reassert the ancient American doctrine of freedom of the seas. We reassert the solidarity of the 21 American republics under the Dominion of Canada in the preservation of the independence of the hemisphere. We have pledged material support to the other democracies of the world, and we will fulfill that pledge. We, in the America, will decide for ourselves whether and when and where our American interests are attacked or our security threatened. We are placing our armed forces in strategic military positions. We will not hesitate to use our armed forces to repel attacks. We reassert our abiding faith.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Deckgeschütz besetzen, Flaks besetzen.
As a perpetual home of
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
tolerance and of devotion
Jawohl, Herr
to
Kaloin.
the word of God.
Feuer über große Distanz.
Therefore, with
Jdeme na ně.
the consciousness of my
Já ti dám
responsibility to
USA,
my countrymen
USA.
and to my country's cause, I have tonight issued a proclamation
Já ti
that
dám
an
Roosevelta,
unlimited
až ne.
national emergency exists and requires the strengthening of our defense to the extreme limit of our national power and authority.
Je tam připravený.
The nation will expect all individuals and all groups to play
Připraven.
their full part
Otoč.
without selfishness and without doubt that our democracy will triumphantly
Přikázat.
survive. I repeat the words of the signers of the Declaration
Jawohl, Herr
of
Kaloin. Feuer frei.
that little band
Ja,
of
taky.
patriots fighting long ago against overwhelming odds.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Feuer frei. Feuer über große Distanz. Auf Bewaffnung zielen.
Of ultimate victory.
Ja.
With a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we
Už jsme tady, Amerika.
pledge to each other our lives, our fortune, and our sacred honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world has heard the President of the United States, who spoke tonight from the East Room of the White House, delivering the
Má tam dva
fireside chat
kulomety.
arranged after the cancellation of his remarks planned
Takže
for the Pan-American
Proto
reception in
být.
honor of the President and Mrs. Roosevelt.
Protože se prozradíme. Jo, ani.
Elmer Davis, CBS News analyst.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Feuer über mittlere Distanz.
Třetí vzdálenost.
At this time takes the Columbia Network's nationwide audience.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
A personally conducted tour of the CBS
Ruder 0 Grad.
Mr. Davis will describe one network's coverage of the war. As you all know, the European war is at once the greatest and most difficult assignment radio journalism has had to handle since its inception early in the 20s. The Columbia Broadcasting System was prepared for thorough, precise coverage of the war. And now Elmer Davis, who will return over most of these stations at 8:55 p.m. tonight, Eastern Daylight Saving Time, for his first broadcast under the exclusive sponsorship of Palmolive Soap, will tell you how Columbia covers the war. Mr. Davis.
Most of you may be familiar with my nightly broadcasts, and perhaps have wondered occasionally about some of the things that take place behind the scenes prior to the broadcast. I would like to tell you now about Columbia's
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
facilities
Ruder
and
hart
problems,
Backbord.
so that you can realize the scope of the forces that are being put to work for you. After a year and a half of war, when many countries have fallen under foreign domination, it's naturally harder than it was in the beginning to get the news, or perhaps rather to get at the truth. For much of the so-called news that comes from Europe these days is not necessarily the same as fact.
Jawohl, Herr
It may be
Kaloin.
utterly untrue how it passes.
Ruder 0
Consequent
Grad.
effect on public opinion or on government action. Or in the sense that some government or some group has an interest in putting out the story
Ježíš,
for
to
purposes of
super.
its own.
To bude obrovsko.
From that viewpoint, it could be said that in this country the difficulty of getting at the facts is that we have too much news, too many conflicting reports of diverse origins. But it is the business of a news organization to assess and analyze and compare these reports in the hope of approximating as closely to the truth as possible. And after all, it's a good deal easier to do that in this country, where more news is available, than anywhere else in the world, than to do it in other nations, where as a rule most of the information comes from one side, if not from one source. The Columbia newsroom draws on about all the possible sources of information and tries to shake down what it gets into the most accurate picture that can possibly be drawn. First in volume comes the full wire services of the three great American press associations, the Associated Press, United Press, and International News Service. whose teletype printers are ticking away all day long, bringing in the news as gathered by American correspondents in all parts of the world. Even as I talk to you now, these machines are spelling out the news of the moment. Let's listen to them briefly. In bulk, most of the news you hear on the air comes from these sources, which are the same, of course, as the sources of most of the news in your daily newspapers. But we believe, or at least we hope, that at Columbia, not being under the obligation to have a big new headline in a precisely limited space for each new edition, we were able to set that news up with a more judicious estimate of its probable value than is commonly done in print. To do this, we have a staff of news editors who rewrite the news as it comes in, who write it for the ear instead of for the eye. Let us turn on a microphone in the newsroom and hear the clatter of typewriters as news programs are rewritten. Again, you will hear in the background Press Association teletypes. Like the newspapers, we also have our own special correspondents. In almost all of Europe, with the exception of Russia, which has never admitted American radio correspondence and allows Press Association correspondents to send nothing but official announcements or material that appears in the government's press, correspondents all over Latin America and in many parts of the Far East as well. Working under censorship everywhere in Europe, as of course all newspaper and Press Association correspondents must work too, these men are nevertheless able to bring us not only the news in their various countries, but in some countries, background material of immense value as to social conditions and public opinion. Little of this is now possible in Germany or the occupied countries. But from England and the Near East, the direct reports of correspondents are still of great value in building up the general picture as well as in presenting the news of the day. Censorship in England,
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
recently
Gehen
observed,
wieder auf Kurs, Herr
applies
Kaloin.
only to matters which government officials regard as likely to give information of military value to the enemy. No correspondent, whether for the air or for the printed page, objects to this in principle. But naturally, there is often considerable disagreement as to whether a given piece of news is likely to fall into that classification. Differences of opinion between government officials
Jawohl,
on
Herr
the one
Kaloin.
hand, and
Feuer
broadcasters and
einstellen.
news writers on the other, and sometimes differences of opinion between
Jawohl, Herr
government
Kaloin.
officials themselves.
Seewache auf Brücke.
Some of them would be inclined to be more liberal in releasing news than are the service ministries. But in a pinch, the Admiralty, the War Office, and the Air Ministry have the last word, as perhaps they should have in theory, even if there's often disagreement with their judgment on the part of people who realize the importance of news and opinion in this war, as servicemen very often do not. But there is no censorship over opinion and commentary. Generally speaking, American correspondents are under the same restrictions as the British press, qualified only by the vagaries of individual censors who have some latitude for judgment as to what news is likely to be valuable to the enemy, and sometimes disagree among themselves. American newspaper correspondents sometimes complain that the censorship is easier on the radio correspondents than it is on them. Radio correspondents would not agree with that at all. But just as the British press, though the news at its disposal is sometimes inadequate, is able to fill up its columns with feature material, which is often quite critical of governmental shortcomings, so American broadcasters are at liberty to report their impressions of public opinion and of social and economic tendencies in England, whether their conclusions are those that public officials would approve or not. In the Axis nations, and in the territories which they control, this is distinctly not the case. But in England, freedom of speech survives, limited only by precautions of a military nature which everyone approves in principle, even though often disagreeing with their particular application. Supplementing all of these facilities, and of immense value in receiving and assaying the news in such a war as this, is Columbia's shortwave listening station. Here all day long, trained linguists, all of them trained newsmen too, are listening to broadcasts from 24 points in Europe, Asia, or Africa. Broadcasts which being intended for foreign consumption are normally in English, French, German, or Spanish. but our staff of translators is able to handle a number of other language too. And here from such points as Moscow, Ankara, and Saigon, and Leopoldville, as well as from London and Berlin and other more familiar points of origination, there comes over the air the news that foreign governments want to get across to the outer world. Not to mention the broadcasts from 4 or 5 so-called freedom stations, secret transmitters which purport to be operated in Germany or the occupied countries by organizations working against the Nazis. They are operated by such organizations, though it is possible that some of them may be located in England. Now, indeed, much of this news is propaganda. Indeed, practically all of it is propaganda, but propaganda, whether true or false, is apt to be news. From these shortwave broadcasts, we find out what foreign governments want other nations to believe, and it is usually possible to infer what they want other nations to do in support of that belief. Perhaps you would be interested in what goes on in our shortwave listening station. We'll open our microphone in the listening room, a glass-enclosed room just off our news studio.
61 Tonnen bekannt gegeben, die sich mit Kriegsmaterial beladen auf dem Wege von den Vereinigten Staaten und England befanden. Der englische Tauchertanker Fairlane von 6.160.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Deckgeschütz besetzen, Flaks besetzen.
Der bekannte türkische Militärsachverständige General Dochází.
We hope you were able to hear at that point the Italian radio giving out its news for foreign consumption. At this same time, our shortwave listening station could also pick up the British Broadcasting Corporation, transmitting at this moment in either Arabic or in Dutch, or the Stockholm radio sending out news in Swedish, and the Algiers radio.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
While to the south of us,
Ruder hart Backbord.
waiting in Spanish. And finally, there are numerous news or propaganda services of foreign governments received in our newsroom by mail. British, German, Chinese, Japanese, Russian, Free French, Polish, Dutch, Norwegian, Czech, which often contain news items that do not appear
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder 0 Grad.
This is especially true of the news services operated by the governments or national committees of the conquered or occupied nations, from which news and information as to social conditions is smuggled out. And also, there are a few small private news services available to our staff, from which
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
items of moderate importance may be gathered.
Ruder hart Backbord.
Direct telephone communication between Columbia's foreign correspondents and our news editor permits two-way discussion of the trend of the news and probable developments, so that on both sides of the ocean, members of the Columbia Broadcasting System news staff have a better idea of what to look forward to.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder 0
Now
Grad.
you will hear Paul White, our Director of News Broadcasts, and Edward R. Morrow, Chief of our London staff. This process of setting future programs, exchanging information, and passing on assignments takes place at least twice daily.
Hello, Hello, London.
Hello, Paul. First, I want to check.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Feuer über große Distanz.
We have you down from 2335 to 2340. Is that what you have?
Right, I'm under Cairo.
Yes, you will introduce Cairo. I believe it's to be Cecil Brown. It might possibly be Charlie. And will you have a chance to listen to Cairo on the Q channel before?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Feuer frei.
What is your report on that program? How does it shape up now? We're on the 2335.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Auf Wasserlinie zielen.
A little more detail on the Creek story. And Alexander's broadcast to the Navy, which he will be doing in about 4 or 5 minutes' time. You haven't heard anything more from Lee White, have you? Hello? Hello, London. Yes, Paul. London, I'm not hearing you in my phone now, but I know that you're probably coming in all right so that you can be heard on the air. Will you, and we can take it down stenographically elsewhere, will you tell us something about this round London program that we're planning on for June 7th or June 14th? Right, it's not yet set definitely, but it looks as though it will be the 14th. And what I thought we'd do would be to open the show in a hospital and then move over to an anti-aircraft gun position where the predicting and the calculating is being done by women. I'm going to pick up from the Piccadilly Circus subway station a rumba band from a nightclub, and then end with about 45 seconds from the top of Big Ben.
That's fine, Ed. I put on another pair of phones, and I heard the last part of that.
That program is now planned over here our time from 6:35 to 7, one of those Saturdays. And that'll be 22:35 to 2300 GMT. Right. Have you heard anything further in regard to this proposed broadcast between Herbert Morrison and Mayor LaGuardia?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Auf Brücke zielen.
It's only a case of straightening out the times when we can get LaGuardia and Morrison both free at the same time. That's swell. All right, I'll see you before the 7:30 show. Well, Paul, one other thing. Would you check with John Wynant on this broadcast with Bevan and Mr. Miller tomorrow night?
All the sources we have described comes into the Columbia newsroom for sifting by our staff. Throughout the day, the CBS News programs offer the best pictures that can be drawn of the situation up to the moment of broadcast, with the advantage over newspaper publication of being able immediately to put the very latest news on the air. The 8:55 Eastern Daylight Saving Time news program comes at a time when the day has long been over in Europe and the day's news is about all in, when the night is already more than half gone and the preliminary picture of the night's activity can usually be sketched. We do our best to sort it all out for you and give you what seems most important and most likely to be true.
You have been listening to Elmwood Davis, CBS News analyst, tell how Columbia assembles and analyzes the day's news for the American listening public. Elmwood Davis has just returned from a 5-week survey of conditions in the British Isles. And later this evening at 8:55 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, he will be heard over most of these stations under the exclusive sponsorship of the Palmolive Soap Company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Velké vlny. Tažík.
Let us then frankly recognize the issue with which we are faced. It is the issue of
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Gehen wieder auf Kurs, Herr Kaloin.
Our task today is to make freedom strong. Democracies love peace, and for that very reason, Hitler was able to attack them unprepared. It is true that we should all of us have taken alarm sooner than we did. We should have begun to prepare the moment the rise of Hitler revealed our danger, but we did not. And the result is a desperate need for speed, a desperate need for action. We let things go so long that we cannot now first build up our own defenses and then turn round to see whom we can help. We cannot spare a day in rendering assistance to all who are providing first-line defenses for us, and we must render that assistance even though it means a delay in building up the defense within our own shores. This is the fundamental principle of the Lease Lend Act which I have advocated, and it means first and above all things aid to Britain. It means that we must bend every effort to keep Britain afloat. And let us be very clear as to this fact. We cannot keep Britain afloat with mere words. We cannot keep Britain afloat with no risk and undelivered goods. Any such policy as that spells destruction. It is the most dangerous course that America could possibly pursue. We cannot defend freedom that way. It is hard, very hard, to face the terrible necessities of this situation. We did not want to take over Iceland, yet every man dedicated to the preservation of freedom must see that that move was absolutely necessary. We don't want to have to escort our merchant ships through the perilous waters of the North Atlantic, but the defense and the strengthening of freedom is going to require that also. We act
Tady to slyším.
Let us act like a people who have known what freedom means, who value it, and who are determined never to be deprived of it.
Gong. Ty vole. Už tam Dejte. Na pravé straně byl. Je to bouřka. Bouře jak práce. Už jsme tu. Oddal, vole.
Summing up of American public opinion appears to be that if Hitler's Stalin succeed in cutting each other,
What the fuck?
the rest of the world may live happily ever after.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
This may be a case of self-deception. As a matter of fact, the Russian-German war is the climax of the world crisis. Ever since Germany's split army crushed France, Hitler has
Světla
tried to
vpravo.
organize a new European order, which he thought would be the next result. Spain, simply weakened.
Maják. No hovno, loď.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Seerohrtiefe.
Auf Tauchstationen! Untertriebszelle wird geflutet! Alle im Block sind klar! Vorne unten 15. Hinten 10.
Kontakt, Kriegsschiff, entfernt sich auf
Válečná loď.
227, große Entfernung.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Neue Tiefe.
Kontakt,
1-9.
Kriegsschiff, kommt näher auf 4-0, große Entfernung.
But under current conditions, these losses are replaceable. Today, Germany undoubtedly is the dominant power on the continent. If Russia falls, probably no continental power or even combination of powers can successfully oppose Germany. And with every
Kontakt, Frachter, entfernt sich auf 2-2, große Entfernung.
Today, the two principal pressure areas are in the east and in the west, and each presents a spear hit directed against the United States. The western area comprises France, Spain, and Portugal, including their colonies in North and West Africa. Spain would have been in Hitler's pocket long ago, had it not been for France. Therefore, the decisions now being taken in Vichy under Nazi pressure will affect not only France and her colonies, but the entire Latin bloc of European nations. According to a reliable report, the London government circles believe that if Vichy submits, Spain and Portugal, including their overseas possessions, will fall into Hitler's lap. This would be Nazi control or its camouflaged equivalent in Casablanca and Dakar, in the Cape Verde and Canary Islands, and in the Azores. In addition are the Latin American nations. Cultural bonds in that quarter are almost exclusively with Spain, Portugal, and Italy. It is well known that many political and economically prominent figures in South America have great admiration for Hitler and his work.
Je to možné.
Thusly consider the western spearhead
Co to je? No, tak to mě poser. Hele, kokoti. To je větší? To jako všecko? Co tam mají? Já seru Portland. Tam nic není. Jsou tam lodě. Jsou tam. V přístavu jsou loďky. Kolik je hloubka? Teď se prozradíme.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Gehen wieder auf Kurs, Herr Kaloin.
Kurs.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Tiefer unter Kiel ist
7 metrů. Tak dík. Tokio. Tu z boku. Vyjde nám to? To se sebevražda. 7 metrů. Fakt. A tam můžou být míny. Já je nevidím. A? Počkáme na nějakou loď.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Jednoduché.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Do rada.
There's a lot of talk these days about precision tools. They're the keystone of the defense industries. But let's not lose sight of the fact that precision tools long have been the backbone of the peacetime industry.
Počkáme na nějakou loďku.
Have contributed to the present emergency by the training of men who are now skillful makers and operators of precision tools.
The manufacturers of Star precision-made single-edge blades are proud of the fact that for years they have been training men to handle precision tools with microscopic accuracy. Some of these men are now employing the skills they acquired from Star blades toward the manufacturing of defense equipment. We are doubly proud, for we know they're extremely accurate, skillful, dependable workmen. Developing a Star single-edge blade to its super keen perfection calls for the same skill that is required in highly technical defense work. That's why a Star blade in a Star or Gem razor glides over your face, smoothly, quickly, giving you clean, refreshing shave. Men, I'd like you to try genuine precision-made Star blades. Try them at our risk. Your dealer will give you 2 Star single-edge blades free with the regular 12-quart water package. 14 super keen Star blades for only 25 cents. Use the 2 free blades. If you don't get the most comfortable, longest lasting shave you've ever had, return the remaining 12 blades at your full purchase price. After your first Star blade, you'll know why we're so proud of our part in bringing men to use precision tools. Now back to wise witness.
The Russian war presents several developments which are gratifying to the Japanese.
Počkáme na ně.
Perhaps the most significant is the bombing
Co vypluje?
Under existing conditions, the nearest bases from which these bombers can take off are in the Moscow area. The round trip between Moscow and Berlin is around 2,500 miles. This means that only the largest type of long-distance bombers comparable to our flying Fortress type could have made these flights. It should be noted that these flights occurred only after the Russian war entered its 7th week, although earlier in the war the Soviet Union was much nearer. The fact is that Russia did not have her longest-range bombers in European Russia at the outbreak of hostilities. Russian strategy in the West, because of proximity of bases to possible objectives, called for the employment of medium-range bombing planes, and many of these were brought down by the Luftwaffe during the first stage of the surprise assault. Russian long-range bombing power was concentrated in the Far East, particularly around Vladivostok, whence the Red Air fleets were intended to strike blows at Japan's overcrowded cities in the
Neuer Funkspruch, Herr Kaloin.
Since these bombers have now appeared on the European front, obviously Stalin transferred his bombing fleet to the Far East to Moscow. Satisfactory to Japan. However, these Russian air attacks on Berlin appear to have been carried out more from the propaganda viewpoint than for strictly military. Stalin must show his people some offensive power, and the Berlin raid makes excellent publicity. But their value is largely confined to the dramatic. The German capital has been raided so often by the British that a few bombs more or less make no appreciable difference. Obviously, the final outcome of the war will depend on the success of the of the German land armies. In this respect, late reports are anything but encouraging. Reliable information via London is to the effect that the present position of Marshal Boutienne's forces on the southern Ukraine front is desperate. This is the result of 3 strong mechanized spearheads which Field Marshal Rundstedt's Southern Nazi Army group managed to drive far into the rear of the fortified Stelling defense system. In my last broadcast, it was reported that strong Nazi forces are pushing along both banks of the southern Bug River toward the Black Sea naval base of Nikolaev against virtually no opposition. The eastern of these forces was now veered inland from the Bug River reached the Ingwa River in the vicinity of Bukrinet, aiming at the Dnieper River above the Black Sea port of Kherson, situated on the Dnieper estuary.
Frachter entfernt sich auf 1-9.
Toto. To se postrali? Co to je?
Frachter auf 2-0 entfernt sich.
To je za hovado. Titanic? Lítka.
Second Nazi spearhead, after winning the Battle of Malaya Cherkov last week, has crossed the Dnieper River and below Kiev and is pushing eastward towards Poltava, evidently with the objective of preventing a concentration of new Russian defense forces along the big bend of the principal source of the Ukraine's electric power.
Je tam druhá loďka vpravo.
Spearhead is fought its way across the Dnieper above Kiev and is now attempting to join hands with the Nazi column pushing down from Gomel on the central front in an effort to circle the Russian forces, still holding the Stelling defense system around the juncture of the Dnieper and Pripet rivers. On the Leningrad front, the Nazis have also been successful. Last week, Marshal Voroshilov's forces undertook a strong counterattack in the north against the German lines
Možná připluje něco.
south of Lake Ilmen.
Nějaký Titanic.
Which had reached Solsty appeared to be successful, but according to latest reports, the Nazis closed in from 2 sides, and the Russian column is now trying to extract itself from the pinchers. Not all news reporting is international.
Frachter auf 2-1 entfernt sich.
No to se nepočítá. To není žádná loď, vole. Thank you. To je spia. Jakže to spí? Už se vrátil. Hotovo.
Men, that famous 10-cent package of Star single-edged blades is the talk of the town. Weeks of the kind of shave to dream about. Cool, clean, longer lasting, for only 10 little copper pennies. I'm spreading my advice in banner headlines.
Co to je?
Star, S-T-A-R, Star super clean single-edged.
Máme ještě vzduch? Jo.
Cafe Society will afford a Star shave, 10 cents a pack. Or if you prefer the radio special, 14 Star blades for a quarter.
Co to má být? Toto. Titanic? Titanic. Jsou tam dvě. No přímo.
This means that in his struggle with Darlan, General Dagon has lost. Considering Darlan's understanding with Hitler, the implications of this...
Frachter auf 2-2 entfernt sich.
To se nepočítá. A mini?
And you'll find precision-made single-edged blades and dealers everywhere for only 10 cents a package. This is the mutual broadcasting system.
Půjď dál. Jenom dvě. Na kraji jsou dvě. Tak ten malinký. Napravo. Jak je ostrov? Teď se nepočítáš. prdele. Co to je? No to je v tom rádiu. Já jsem se leknul. Napadení konvoje.
Frachter auf 2-3 entfernt sich.
Je tam jedna loď. Na kraji hned. Hned na kraji je loď.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents a summary of all the important news in the world today. Report from CBS correspondents by transatlantic and transpacific.
Zleva? Není.
By Columbia's newsroom here in New York.
Tady je někde. Tam jsou dvě nebo jedna? Jedna. To není.
Frachter auf 2-4 entfernt sich.
Tady jedna. A tady ještě něco.
Invaders are now more the victims of cold than of bullets, according to the Russians, who refer to the weather as our December frost. But in the cooler sector south of the capital, the Russians admit a new German breakthrough, creating a critical situation in that zone. The latest Soviet official communique is vague, however, but active reports have said that 1.5 million men are now driving on the capital. And there's some evidence that Moscow is being attacked from the air as well. At Berlin, it's declared the great Russian drive in the south has been stopped, and it's asserted, contrary to the Soviet version, that the Germans are making progress in the Mozhite sector of the Moscow front. News of air fighting in Libya was reported by the German High Command today, and the Rome communique described heavy fighting in the desert around Deir el-Gobi. Details, however, are scant. That's the Libyan story as reported by the action. We turn now to the British to the report of Bob Prout. Go ahead, London.
Před přístavem je loď. Tady je.
Frachter auf 2-4 entfernt sich. Frachter auf 2-5 entfernt sich.
A dělá to vlastně.
German troops landed in Finland to take part in a war against Russia. It was over a month later, and then the Finns realized that the Germans had no intention of leaving. The Kaiser's brother-in-law became the king of Finland.
Frachter auf 2-4 entfernt sich.
Found herself free. The British Home Radio ended this talk by quoting the words of the British Foreign Secretary spoken in Parliament in August 1918. Said Mr. Balfour, next to being enslaved by Germany, there is no worse fate than being liberated by Germany. Finland is now being told that she owes her freedom to Germany, but Germany is plundering her, garrisoning her, using her form of government, and endeavoring to force her into the Great War. That was the British view in 1918, and that is the British view today.
London heard the German radio say that Belgian King Leopold last September married Mary Delia Bale, daughter of the former Belgian Minister of Agriculture and a schoolgirl in England during the First World War. The Belgian government in London has no word of this reported marriage of the king. The Chinese ambassador, Dr. Wellington Koo, today said in London that if Japan decides to pounce on another victim, it would be as well that the democracies should avail themselves of the opportunity to remove, once and for all, this menace. Most of the time, the customary angry tone of Japanese newspapers causes no surprise here. But today, reports from Tokyo tell us that the Japanese papers are angry because Japan's reply to the United States was published in America. And this did surprise the British. It is the strangest reason for getting angry that London has heard in a long time. You have heard before that the position of the British government is Japanese thoughts are America's business and Great Britain is not included. But the British people believe that the Orient is just another sector on the worldwide front in this war, and of course, they are interested in it. A weekly review, the New Statesman and Nation, today lists a few of the possibilities and wonders what the United States will do if Japan tries to attack Thailand, tries to attack British territory, or the Dutch East Indies, or Russia. The New Statesman points out that Russia is excluded from the ABCG group and then says,
velká.
Secretary of State Cordell Hull will never compromise over the basic principles
Je velká hned
would be reaffirmed
na
in
kraji.
his last dispatch to Tokyo. How much he will do to enforce them
No tu, jedna.
And now we continue the Far East story with the report
Frachter auf 2-3 entfernt sich.
Tady další.
in the Philippine capital. We take you now across the Atlantic and America and the Pacific.
Jo, jedna velká. To malinké, dvě malé, jedna velká. Tam jsou ještě. Tam jsou dvě. Aha. To jsou dvě. Tu je jedna. No nevím, už nepluje. Stojí tam. Sleduje velká. Tady je jedna. Velká. Ničitel. Jeden ničitel. Tam je velká loď, to je jako prace. Co to je? Titanic? Ne. Tam.
Frachter auf 2-2 entfernt sich.
Vzadu je velká prase.
Frachter auf 2-2 entfernt sich.
Je velká, ty vole, to je. Je jich tam dost? Je jich tam dost. Já jsem kde? Jsem tady. Tady je velká svině. Tady je to prase. Tady.
Washington is not convinced that the troop movements were exaggerated or that they were not bent on new aggression. But several senators read into the Japanese delay a hopeful sign.
Frachter auf 2-3, Entfernung gleichbleibend.
2-3, Kalle. Ja. Neboj se. Božu, neboj se.
He landed in San Francisco today, avoiding thanks for American aid in the Russian fight against Hitler. Russia has not been represented in these Far Eastern discussions. To be sure, they have been centered upon South Asia, and perhaps also Russia would prefer not to do anything which might promote its bickering with Japan. But the Soviet has a vital interest. There is no outburst of statements here on the British declaration of war on Finland. It was expected. The Secretaries of State and War have several times vainly urged Finland to rest upon the recovery of its lost territory. There is a report that the United States will take over Finnish ships. Finnish Minister Proto tells us he has not been so notified yet. In his annual report, Secretary of Navy says tonight that the United States has become the greatest naval power in the world. But he said we must arm against any possible combination of powers against us. The Secretary reports 325 new ships commissioned, 2,059 new airplanes acquired, about 700 vessels under construction, a chain of new ocean bases developed.
Krabičku si čo ostřešil.
Air bases in the Alaska and Aleutian Islands and elsewhere in the Pacific have a
Oni zdepluje jako. Depluje zpátky. Tam je ta loď, co chci. Titanic, vole. Jdem si pro ní. Počkej, to znamená... Underground, tu?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
Underground.
Frachter auf 1-9, kommt näher.
Du?
Frachter auf 1-1, kommt näher.
Mám. Jsem připraven. Jo.
Frachter auf 2, kommt näher.
Připraven. Počkej. Manuál.
Frachter auf 3-5-5, kommt näher. Frachter auf 3-5-2, kommt näher.
Which recently created the greatest threat to production since the defense program began, may be settled in the next 48 hours.
Frachter auf 3-5-1, kommt näher.
Já jsem připravený. Jen se tam dostat.
Kontakt, Kriegsschiff, entfernt sich auf 1-1, große Entfernung.
Kdo si pro vás šmejdí?
In Mexico City, Vice Admiral Estado de Mendoza has disclosed the Nazi plot to destroy the port of Tampico. He declared the captains and crews of 10 extra ships seized by the Mexican government at Tampico last April had loaded their vessels with combustible with the aim of exploding their ships in the port as well. In Honduras today, President Carrillo told Parliament
na kozy tady takhle.
Axis agents had attempted to set up a government in Latin America which would fight against the United States. In describing President Roosevelt as the defender of weak nations, Andino declared that Honduras would do everything possible in support of democracy and
asi tak.
in Argentina,
Kozy.
special precautions against possible disorders in tomorrow's election in the province of Buenos Aires, the most populous in the country, although it does not include the city of Buenos Aires. The race between the Conservative Party of acting President Ramon S. Castillo and the Radical Party of the opposition, which is anti-Nazi and pro-democratic. The Ministers of War and Navy ordered all troops confined to barracks tomorrow, and all civilian planes will be grounded. And that's the world today. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Zase kravír? Hra na kravír?
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii by air. President Roosevelt has just announced
Japanci rozjebali Pearl Harbor. Okambura. To byl Okambura.
We take you now to Washington.
Washington je zděšen.
The White House is now giving out a statement. The attack apparently was made on all naval and military activities on the principal island of Oahu. The president's brief statement was read to reporters by Stephen Early, the president's secretary. A Japanese attack upon Pearl Harbor naturally would mean war. Such an attack would naturally bring a counterattack. And hostilities of this kind would naturally mean that the President would ask Congress for a declaration of war.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
This morning, Secretary Hull
Za týden jsme tam.
Secretaries of War and of the Navy. Now the two special Japanese envoys, Admiral Nomura and Special Envoy Caruso, are at the State Department, engaged in conference with Secretary of State Hull. Their appearance at the State Department on this Sunday afternoon emphasizes the gravity of the Far Eastern situation, where hostilities now seem to be actually opening over the whole South Pacific. And just now comes the word from the President's office that a second air attack has been reported on Army and Navy bases in Manila. Thus, we have official announcements from the White House that Japanese airplanes have attacked Pearl Harbor in Hawaii and have now attacked Army and Navy bases in Manila. We return you now to New York and we'll give you later information as it comes along from the White House. Return you now to New York.
At this time each Sunday, the National Broadcasting Company presents H.V. Kaltenborn, Dean of Radio Commentators, who today will analyze and interpret the day's startling news from the Pacific. Mr. Kaltenborn.
Good afternoon, everybody. Japan has made war upon the United States without declaring it. Airplanes, presumably from aircraft carriers, have attacked the great Pearl Harbor naval base on the island of Oahu in the Hawaiian Islands.
Everybody už lezu.
Capital of the Philippines. There has been damage. Some fires were started. About 50 planes participated in the attack on the Hawaiian Islands. Many, according to a bulletin that has just come in, were shot down. This attack occurred at the very moment when Ambassador Nomura and Special Envoy Caruso were at the State Department discussing the possibility of peace between Japan and the United States. We know that Japan set a precedent for this kind of attack in the Russo-Japanese War, when she attacked the Russian fleet without a declaration of war, while that fleet was not expecting attack. However, the United States was not unprepared for attack. Anti-aircraft guns immediately went into action and were responsible for bringing down many of the Japanese planes. We have no details from what happened in Manila, but they may come along before this broadcast is finished. Let me now tell you exactly what happened in the order in which it developed here in the NBC newsroom. At 2:25 came the first flash. White House announces Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor. 10 minutes later came this announcement from the White House. The Japanese airplanes attacked Pearl Harbor and all naval and military activities on the island of Oahu. That is the principal island of the Hawaiian group. It is the one upon which American military and naval establishments are located. It is a great fortified center of American military and naval strength in the center of the Pacific. White House Secretary Early received the information from the President, who presumably received it directly from the Navy. And his announcement was the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor from the air and all naval and military activities on the island of Oahu, the principal American base in the Hawaiian Islands. That announcement was made to all press associations by telephone, and immediately after making it, Mr. Early hurried to the White House for conference with the President. The Navy refused to issue any statement on its own account and said that all information would be channeled through the White House. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor came news only 2 minutes later of the Japanese attack on Manila. The White House announced that the Japanese attack on Army and Navy bases at Manila was reported to the President. Then began the dispatches from private
daleko.
representatives themselves. The United Press reported that Oahu Island was attacked by unidentified airplanes. It is natural that the press correspondent does not know what particular nationality planes belong to, but the Navy knows Japanese planes when it sees them. Policemen and firemen were immediately ordered in a radio broadcast to go to the Army and Navy posts to which they were assigned in the city of Honolulu. Smoke of anti-aircraft guns rose over Pearl Harbor Navy Yard immediately when the attack began. And heavy smoke also drifted up from Hickam Airfield in the Pearl Harbor area. This apparently from the fires set by incendiary bombs. Other witnesses said that fires broke out on Ford Island. Ford Island is an important military island located in the center of Pearl Harbor, and many military establishments are located on that island. The dispatches from Fort Chapman, Hawaiian Island, came by telephone from
Budu koukat.
50 unidentified airplanes attacked the island of Oahu.
Co tam bylo za loď? Taková debilní. To není ona. To je USA? Kdo to je? Jo, je to USA. To debilní loď, taková velká. Tohle? Smart Depot Ship. Depot Ship?
And they were delivered within an hour or so of the time that Japanese Ambassador Nomura and Japan's Special Envoy, Mr. Caruso, had gone to the State Department and handed to the Secretary of State Japan's reply to the memorandum of November 26th. You may remember
Ten už bude zpátky.
we received the reply from Japan to the President's comment and request for information with regard to troop movement
Já už
in
jdu,
Indochina.
už se
This
ptá.
afternoon, Mr. Caruso and Mr. Nomura bring to the Secretary of State the reply to Mr. Hull's general memorandum in which he
General.
calls for a return
Generale.
to basic principles of international law. The State Department goes on in its special statement
Generale Pavku, что ты делал в свободное время? В 89 году хуя гулял, типа.
Looking to the defense of the United States. And you may rest assured that both our Army, and particularly our Navy and our Air Force, were not caught by surprise by this attack. They knew what they might have to expect, and they were ready for anything that might happen. They have been ready for a long time, and their readiness has been developed increasingly in recent weeks and days. Let me go back to the telephone message that came from Fort Shasta, Hawaii. 50 unidentified airplanes attacked the island of Oahu today. There's a first point. It indicates that it was a relatively small aircraft carrier that brought these planes. However, it's possible, of course, that these first 50 will return and that then others will take off and continue the attack. However, since the element of surprise is now over, it seems less likely that this particular aircraft carrier will linger very long in the vicinity where the great mass of the United States fleet is located. We'll get news of naval action before long. The main target this dispatch again declares
Daleko.
great airfield and the great naval base at Pearl Harbor. Obviously, bombing the airfield is intended to prevent the taking off.
Do půlnoci jsme tam. Je 6. No, to tak vyjde do půlnoci.
Here is information received by NBC from Honolulu. It says that the air attack
To je taková prasárna japonská.
was staged by unidentified planes flying at an altitude of about 20,000 feet. Bombs fell near the building housing the Honolulu Advertiser.
Zase to řekli.
There are no reports of
Honolulu.
the defenses on the island immediately went into
Japanská
action.
svídárna.
Showers of shells into the air. Obviously, if the Japanese know what they're about, they will not waste their bombs on the city
Japanese
of
porto.
Honolulu.
Honolulu. Bukake. Bukake, vole.
Here is something from the White House. The president immediately called in the secretaries of the War and the Navy and is now trying to contact his congressional leaders.
Ja, tam
That's
je, ale
the
tu.
end of the statement that has just come from Washington. The latest information that they have in the capital is that the attacks are still in progress. That would be natural enough, since obviously this is the beginning and not the end of an important military action. We've just had word from Washington that an army transport carrying lumber has been torpedoed 1,300 miles west of San Francisco.
Torpedo už pluje.
This is further evidence of a carefully, long-planned attack against the United States. This is evidence that Japanese warships, Japanese aircraft carriers, Japanese planes, Japanese submarines
Japanese porno. Honolulu.
been en route to their station for the attack on the United States, which is now underway. London was naturally electrified by the news of the air attack on Hawaii and on Manila. Official quarters in London had been alert for some signs of the first outbreak of the Far Eastern warfare, but they had not expected it to come from that area, which simply means that most of us had had our attention diverted by the movements of Japanese ships in the
Plujeme do Portlandu na japonské porno. Honolulu.
had word that a large Japanese convoy was entering the Gulf of Siam. We have had word
Vím, že tu
that
nejsou
large
sítě
numbers of Japanese troops
proti
have
ponorkám.
been gathered in Indochina. And it is evident now
Něco tam je.
that this was something of a blind, something to make us think that no nearer attack was impending.
Cože?
Obviously, it was all part
Bav.
of a long-planned Japanese strategy to get all the advantage that comes when you get the jump on your potential enemy, when you are in action before he has had a chance to get into action, when you strike first. And that is exactly what Japan has done. There are unverified reports from Pearl Harbor that a foreign warship has appeared off Pearl Harbor and has begun firing at the defenses in that highly fortified post. The sound of cannon firing comes to Honolulu, to the UP correspondent, I believe it is, who is telephoning this story to the San Francisco Associated Press office. So it is the AP correspondent who tells us that there are unverified reports of a foreign warship appearing off Pearl Harbor. Remember that the basis for that is cannon fire, and obviously with bombs exploding in Pearl Harbor, with anti-aircraft cannons roaring in action, it is quite possible that it is these noises and not the attack of a warship on Pearl Harbor that was responsible. It seems unlikely that the Japanese, with such few fleet units as they could spare for an attack on Pearl Harbor, would risk those units in a direct attack on the great defenses of that naval base. Presidential Secretary Ernie declares this afternoon that so far as is known now, the attacks were made wholly without warning, at a time when both nations were at peace, and were delivered within an hour of the time that the Japanese ambassador went to the State Department to hand in the reply to the Secretary's memorandum of the 26th. Secretary of State Cordell Hull, today, according to a bulletin just in from Washington, angrily told the Japanese peace or war envoys that their government's answer to his recent document on the United States position of the party was crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortion. That frank speech from the Secretary of the United States to the envoys of Japan. It indicates the end of peaceful relations. It means that those envoys...
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Tiefe unter Kiel ist 4.
Teď jsme se prozradili. Už. Vůbec.
For which it is responsible at the very moment when it was finally making a last effort to maintain peace. The United States has been attacked, and the United States will know how to answer that attack. Good afternoon.
You have been listening to Mr. H.V. Cowdenborn's noted news analyst. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
June 16.
War news, exclusive news, and predictions of things to come by Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen, whose widely quoted column, Washington Merry-Go-Round, appears in more than 600 newspapers from coast to coast. These internationally famous reporters are presented by Saratan every Sunday at this same time. The responsibilities of diplomatic, political, and business leadership, like all the other great responsibilities of life, almost always fall to men and women over 35. For the years bring the needed experience and knowledge. But to shoulder these important tasks, you have a big responsibility for yourself. That of guarding your fitness, your good cheer and alertness. And if sluggishness robs you of these things, this may be the answer. You may now need something different from your present laxative. Something like that marvelous all-vegetable preparation called Saratan, which is especially recommended for people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. You see, unlike most laxatives, Saratan provides the special kind of help which so many doctors advise for folks your age. Yes, it's wonderfully effective, yet exceptionally mild and gentle. But why not let your own experience tell you that Saratan is just the thing you've been looking for? Try it. Compare it. And if you don't prefer it to everything else, you'll get your money back. So friends, tonight or tomorrow, ask your druggist for Saratan. When you read that name backwards, it spells nature. And now we take you direct to Washington, the nation's capital.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Drew Pearson, and this is Bob Allen. We go on the air tonight. President Roosevelt and the cabinet face the most momentous day in American history since Woodrow Wilson declared war on Germany on April 6, 1917. The United States has been attacked by Japan. The capital is seething with excitement. President Roosevelt has been in almost constant session with his Secretary of the War and Navy. Secretary Hall has been in session with the
zpátky? Jo. Druhé kolečko. A si co tam mají? Tady je volné, tu se dá proplout. Z kraje zleva. Aha. Kde to je? Tady se dá proplout. A to je na stejno. Stejně skočím sem.
Three American battleships were hit, and the battleship West Virginia was reported sunk. Also, the battleship Oklahoma has been set on fire. The rest of the fleet has steamed out of Pearl Harbor.
One Japanese bomb striking the Army Air Base at Hickman Field killed 350 American troops in one shot.
London. The Japanese also have bombed British bases in the Pacific.
Tokyo. Imperial headquarters officially announced a state of war with the United States.
The White House has canceled all press credentials of German and Japanese newspapermen, effective immediately.
White House. President Roosevelt was advised a few minutes before 6 o'clock tonight by Governor Poindexter of Hawaii that a second wave of airplanes was just coming over Honolulu. The President received this word during a telephone conversation with the governor, who had informed him that there had been heavy loss of life and extensive damage already to property in the city.
The White House Secretary Steve Early simultaneously announced that the War and Navy departments have been unable to reach their commanding officers in Manila.
London. Both houses of the British Parliament were summoned late tonight to meet an emergency session at 3 p.m. Monday.
The Navy has just announced that a of Japanese planes is bombing the strategic island of Guam.
And from Singapore come reports that Japanese planes are over British Burma.
President Roosevelt is calling a special session of the cabinet at 8:30 tonight. 30 minutes later, the meeting will be joined by the congressional leaders of both parties.
Tam jsou dělá. Tam jsou ne. Tam jsou. Aha. Taky dvě. Taky dvě. Mají to pojištěné. Dejte to ještě. Tady jsou dvě dělá. Tady jsou dvě. Tu jsou dvě. Dokola to mají. Šacované.
Japanese envoys in Washington had been engaged in diplomatic conversations, earnestly professing that Japan wanted to follow the road of peace. In other words, while the United States was sincerely trying to find a formula for peace, the Japanese military, aping the double cross of Hitler, was assiduously preparing for a surprise attack.
In fact, no later than Friday, just 2 days ago, the Japanese envoys delivered a note to Secretary Hull categorically denying Japanese aggression in the South Pacific and saying that reports regarding the concentration of troops in that area were highly exaggerated. But at that very time, Japanese submarines already were around Hawaii, and Japanese plane carriers were almost in a position to make their attack.
This is why Secretary Hull told the Japanese ambassador when he called this afternoon to get a reply to the latest State Department communication. In my 50 years of public service, I have never seen a document that was more crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortions, all on a scale so huge that I never imagined until today that any government on this planet was capable of uttering them.
Now, these negotiations followed months of appeasement efforts by the State Department, during which we permitted the Japanese to buy oil, scrap iron, and other raw materials, and went to the most extreme lengths in order not to offend Japan. In fact, we followed a policy in regard to Japan almost identical with that which the America First group has urged upon Mr. Roosevelt in regard to all the dictators.
Japanese bombardment also came 12 hours after President Roosevelt, in an effort at peaceful negotiation, had sent a personal message to the Emperor of Japan himself.
Maličko, langsam.
In the middle of peaceful negotiations were 2 points of Japanese strategy. One is the fact that Japan today is ruled by an irresponsible military clique, which is answerable to the authority of no one, including even the emperor. Repeatedly, the Japanese government has been unable to control this clique.
Second, the Japanese undoubtedly were following the strategy of diverting American attention away from Thailand, Singapore, and the Dutch East Indies. They wanted to scare the American public, the American Navy in regard to the ships tied up in the Middle Pacific, and so that the Navy would not be able to concentrate around the South Pacific, where the real Japanese attack is sure to come.
Our experts also believe that the timing of the Japanese attack was worked out very carefully with Hitler. For more than anyone realizes, the dictators of the Far East and Europe are working very closely together. For instance, the Russian troops which have driven back the Nazis in the Caucasus are partly Siberian reinforcements. Therefore, if Japan can menace Siberia, Hitler will face less reinforcements in Russia.
Another development is that the British suddenly have discovered that certain French submarines are missing from the Mediterranean, and they fear that Admiral Darlan, who hates the British, has sent his submarines to aid the Japanese.
Another development is that the Japanese picked this particular moment for their attack on us when Hitler was concentrating his heaviest reinforcements against Moscow. The present showdown with Japan actually is an indirect showdown between the United States and Hitler.
So today, Hitler is staking everything on the capture of Moscow. The great preponderance of his troops are concentrated there. And although it isn't emphasized in the sensitive title, very slowly Nazi forces have inched ahead and Moscow is in serious danger. However, one great factor in addition to Russian bravery is fighting on their side, namely the weather. Just before Christmas, the snow around Moscow becomes so deep that no army can advance. So for Hitler, it is a question of taking Moscow before Christmas or else digging in until the Russian winter is over.
And that is why the Far East, the British campaign in North Africa, and even our own war with Japan depend so vitally upon the fighting resistance of the Russian Red Army to hold out until Christmas. For if Moscow is taken, Hitler will be free to send his troops into Turkey, Libya, the Caucasus, and even French West Africa, the jumping off point to South America. Then we will be faced with war on two fronts.
Now in just a minute, we'll be back with our predictions and bulletins of things to come.
Recruits in Uncle Sam's new army today are being taught not only to follow orders, but to understand the reasons why they are given. And if you like to know the reasons for things yourself, here's one you surely ought to have, particularly if you're 35 or you're over. The reason so many folks your age needlessly put up with common sluggishness is that they really require a different kind of laxative help. That's why so many are changing today to that remarkable all-vegetable preparation called Seratan, which provides the special kind of aid people over 35 are so very apt to need. Yes, and that's why you ought to try Seratan yourself. Just see if you don't find it wonderfully effective, yet exceptionally mild and gentle. Completely different from anything you've ever tried before. And remember this important fact. Seratan is not a pill, not salt, not an oil or liquid, but a pleasant blend of purely vegetable ingredients which you take plain or in your food. You'll say there's nothing like it. So tonight or tomorrow, ask your druggist for Seratan. S-E-R-U-T-A-N. When you read that name backwards, it spells nature. And now we return you to Washington, D.C., where Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen are ready with tonight's edition of their exclusive feature, Predictions of Things to Come.
After our broadcast, this is Roosevelt has a special broadcast on Japan.
Flag from Japan has declared war on Great Britain.
Flag in the canal zone. The blackout has been ordered for Panama and the whole canal zone will go into effect tonight. And here is the isolationists' reaction to war from Denver. U.S. Senator Burton K. Wheeler, leader of the isolationist ranks, today declared that Congress must declare war on Japan immediately.
Here's U.S. Labor's answer to the Japanese attack. Wheeling, West Virginia, the Independent Welders Union announces that it is ending its strike at a $40 million ordnance plant.
Now here's our first prediction. Tonight, President Roosevelt invoked the Military Secrets Act. So here is prediction of a problem that the Japanese attack has made even more pressing, the question of naval censorship and relations with the press. Secretary of the Navy Knox, although a newspaper man, has had more trouble with the press than any other member of the cabinet. So here's my prediction. I predict that next week, Secretary Knox will appoint as his press relations chief Mr. Paul Smith, editor of the San Francisco Chronicle and one of the most progressive young newspaper men in the country.
Now here's our last prediction. On October 5th, we predicted that a nation which lives on its face cannot about face. And that before the year was up, the United States would be involved in war with Japan. That prediction today was fulfilled. So I predict that tomorrow, the Congress of the United States, after very little debate, will pass a formal declaration of war against Japan.
I also predict that almost simultaneously the government of Great Britain will also declare war and become a full ally of the United States.
Finally, I predict that the event of the day of tomorrow will be followed by an American declaration of war on the German government of Adolf Hitler.
Now as we close, ladies and gentlemen, tragic events which have occurred today in the Pacific show only one thing, the passionate desire of the American people and the American government for peace. But all our history shows that although we are slow to go to war, the United States has never lost a war. So speaking for all of us, the American people crash. Here in Japan, the Japanese aircraft carrier has just been sunk, reportedly off Panama from a from a Latin American port. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we predict that the American people, soldiers, sailors, defense workers, 130 million strong, will keep them rolling, keep them flying, keep democracy from dying.
Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen return with more exclusive views and authoritative predictions next Sunday at this same time. Remember to tune in. And remember this too, if you're 35, 40 or over and are using laxatives of any kind, try changing to Serotan. This is Jay Sims reminding you, when you read Serotan backwards, it spells nature.
The material used on these broadcasts is copyrighted by Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Japan declared war on the United States without warning. Warplanes bombed Manila and Pearl Harbor in the right. The National Broadcasting Company, since early this afternoon, when it flashed the word of this war attack, has been broadcasting numerous bulletins and eyewitness accounts. NBC's own foreign news staff in the Far East, in Europe, and in South America have been radioing or broadcasting the latest news reports they have heard. The NBC newsroom, with its services, the AP, UP, and INN, is constantly interrupting all programs and will remain open on a 24-hour basis to bring you the latest news of the war. President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress tomorrow about 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The National Broadcasting Company will broadcast this important message. And now, NBC's famous commentators have been gathered in San Francisco, Chicago, Washington, here in the newsroom in New York, stopped by two-way radio, the latest news. In New York, we have H.B. Calvin Moore, William Hillman, and Max Jordan. In Washington, Ernest K. Lively of Newsweek, Morton Beatty of Associated Press, and Wilfred Fleischer of the Herald Tribune, formerly of the American Public Social Advertiser, and Ralph Faulkner. Edward Cameron, NBC.
To nebyla slivka. To nebyla slivka. Yes. Pearl Harbor padl. Ještě. Rozděbal ho Okamura. Ježišmarja, s Babišem. To byl masakr. Ty vole, trošku nahoru. Trošku. Okolí.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Neue Tiefe
1,7
Meter.
Zhrnem dno. Nahoru, vole. Nahoru. Že jsem si toho všiml. Jo, leze. Je tam? Počkej, kde jsme? Tak to jsme ještě daleko a tady je to úplně na hovno. To dáme. Klid.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Neue Tiefe.
1,5.
Thank you, Borges. We'll call in now Edward Tomlinson in Chicago. My field, of course, has to do with Latin America. And I think the very fact that two of the first countries to declare war on Japan are Latin American countries suggests how they look upon this conflict. Of course, first of all, the real danger, the first great danger in this hemisphere is sabotage of the Panama Canal. This would be both important to Japan and to Germany. Naturally, supplies going from the eastern coast of the United States will play a tremendous part in the Pacific conflict. Then also, if Hitler could possibly bottle us up in the Pacific, that would give him an easy hand over in the Atlantic. Then there are two other dangers I think that should be kept in mind. That is sabotage in western South America. Sabotage of mines that produce some of the most important strategic products for this country. Copper in Chile and Peru, tin in Bolivia, tungsten in Bolivia. And keep in mind that there are thousands of Japanese in every one of these countries up and down this tremendous Pacific coast of Latin America. I think it's well to bear in mind that 8,000 miles of Latin America border on the Pacific Ocean. From Mexicali, Mexico, to the Straits of Magellan is 8,000 miles, air miles. And then, too, on the Atlantic, it should be remembered that it's 7,500 miles from Miami, Florida, to Buenos Aires. It's also well to keep in mind that this is tremendously important to Hitler. His plan from the very first, naturally, has been to engage us in the Pacific so that he could have a free hand in the Atlantic. By the way, Tomlinson, if you can hear us, excuse me for interrupting, we'll get back to the lake. We want to have just about a minute from each of the gentlemen. All right, now I'm going to call on Max Jordan here at the NBC newsroom in New York. Those of us who witnessed the Nazi aggression in various countries in Europe are not surprised by what has happened this afternoon. It's Hitlerism, true to form. But Tokyo has acted more clumsily than Berlin, I think. They cannot really have been at ease when they struck this morning. Obviously, they were acting under pressure. Let's not forget that Captain Fritz Wiedemann, Hitler's confidant, has arrived in Shanghai only a few days ago with latest instructions from Berlin. From Hitler's point of view, Japan's entry into this war would no longer be delayed. Unrest all over Europe is growing. The Russian campaign is a failure. Oil supplies are dwindling fast. Relief is urgent. And relief can only come, from Hitler's point of view, if America's industrial aid to Britain is curtailed. For in the end, it is industrial, economic power, and resources which will win this war. By forcing Japan to attack the United of the Atlantic. It means diversion, a splitting of the democratic front as the Nazis see it, but they are mistaken. The Red Army, no doubt, would strike against Japan from the rear. Japan...
Titanic, vole. Bože.
Attacks on Hawaii and other Pacific outposts are a mere curtain raiser for the Battle of the Pacific. That's the war the strategists have been planning for 50 years or more. In all probability, the first attacking Japanese forces are suicide squadrons in the strategist's way of looking at things. The large section of the Japanese fleet was held elsewhere. It would never have been able to escape detection by our major fleet units if it had been sent out. The Hawaiian attack came from dive bombers. That is significant. Dive bombers have short range. The Japanese craft are probably similar to or copies of the German Junker type. That means they have a range of no more than 500 to 600 miles and carry about 2 tons of bombs. The most important factor in the Japanese strategy is the complete cooperation with Adolf Hitler. For years, ever since the Japanese seized Manchukuo, the Germans have been getting closer and closer to this power in the Pacific. It was a natural thing for these have-not nations to get together. German technicians have been putting up synthetic oil plants all over Japan. They have shown the Japanese how to make and use ersatz material. But what we didn't know until now is the extent of their military cooperation. The bold stroke against Hawaii has more than a tinge of German strategy about it. The sinking of American transports looks like joint submarine actions between these powers.
How about just a word, Mr. Fleischer, from Mr. Beatty, from Mr. Fleischer, he did a long time.
Yes, sir. The Japanese chose national suicide when they launched into a war against the United States. Japanese leaders and the Japanese people know they have no chance to win such a conflict with their meager resources pitted against the great resources of this nation. They chose this course
to na kozy. Tady to. Už jsme tu? Ještě ne.
They recklessly chose war in what is probably the most defiant undertaking in modern history, because they do not possess the strength which Hitler had when he unloosed the present European war. The Japanese cannot count on the German assistance in this war.
Ještě ne, čas. Až k večeru. Je 5 ráno, 5:04. 5:04,
In view of the flagrant Japanese aggression against America, there can be no question of Germany having to come to Japan's assistance. Whatever part the Germans may play will not be because of any commitment. It seems likely that President Roosevelt's peace appeal to the Japanese emperor never reached the emperor, and certainly was not known to the Japanese people.
Austrálie.
When President Roosevelt sent a message to Emperor Hirohito at the time of the bombing of the Panay, a message which was never published by the Japanese press.
Right, Mr. Fleischer, and now just a minute from Bill Hillman here in New York.
Well, gentlemen, my feeling is that Japan's attack represents a major change in Hitler's general plan of war. It means that Japan is being used as a spearhead, a sort of an advanced attack on the American arsenal. After all, America has become the main stumbling block not only for Japan's desire to dominate the Far East, but Hitler's aim to conquer Russia, Britain, and the world. As Hitler finds it more and more difficult to knock out Russia and to defeat Britain, it is essential that supplies to these two countries stop. Both are being sustained by America morally and by society. Therefore, let's cut that supply line. We cut this line by taking Japan on war. It is my theory, based on some knowledge, that Japan hesitated for a long time until Germany...
Tam je ještě jedna loďka. Nový křižník. Tady.
unity. Because of such unity, Senator, we and other spokesmen of isolationism are saying now that everything must be subordinated to victory in this war. Politics is vanished in Washington tonight. The second point is that even though war is tough, invaluable time has been won by the prolongation of negotiations until now. We and our associates in the Pacific are in incomparably better position to meet the attack than we were 2 or 3 or 4 months ago. Those of us who have followed the negotiations by keeping in touch with our own high officials know that the President and Secretary Hall never went on the assumption that the Japanese were bluffing. They always hoped that they would back down, reconsider, when they were prepared to meet us if necessary. The third point is the question about the President's address to Congress tomorrow. It will ask Congress to recognize a state of war, but will it be merely a state of war with Japan or with the entire Axis? Donald Nelson, Executive Director of Staff, went on the air tonight and said with the White House approval, so announced, and pointed out that although the attack physically came from Japan, it was an attack from the Axis. Senator Pepper and other people who represent the administration very clearly indicate that the President would like to do it all up at once to get a single declaration of war. Thank you very much, Mr. Lindley. Now we're back in the newsroom. We have 15 minutes, and we'll ask you any questions about the questions among yourselves and all of us. First, here is Mr. Councilman. Well, I have many questions in my mind. We all of us seem to agree that Japan is going to succeed. That is national suicide, the fact of the problem is not solved. But we haven't had any explanation as to what our strategy is going to be to accomplish that purpose. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Meany, who's been in touch with the leaders of our army and navy, as to what about what our strategy is likely to be to meet this very broad-scale attack, which Japan has delivered at 6 different points here on the opening day of the war. Mr. Meany.
To je tak na kozy. Na kozy? Si. Asi tak.
They have a hemisphere over there extending from Sakhalin Island inward to Lake Baikal in Russia and down to Canton, Turkey. And that fleet has been organized to defend that hemisphere. They've gone almost 1,000 miles beyond that now into Indochina. So the natural strategy in answer to that situation is to cut that supply line so they cannot do as much damage in Burma as they would like. And along that line, you'll see just now we had a bulletin from Singapore saying that the Japanese troops have succeeded in landing in northern Malaya. Well, you see their effort there is to get at that oil in Burma. Does that take care of it?
Japonci jsou v Manile. Ale na farmě přijeli pro ropu. To vyjde, to dáme. Není to nějaká loď? Není. Aby nabral vzduch ještě. Kolik máme? No. Zkusíme. Radši jde.
Otherwise, no matter how many supply lines we cut, it's going to be a long war until we smash that Japanese fleet. Gentlemen, may I ask you to keep your responses as short as you can and advise that Upton Close has just joined our round table, and so out there in San Francisco, Mr. Close, would you care to add your lately actions to this list? Go ahead, please. Hello, Upton Close in San Francisco.
No, kde je subscribe? Subscribe, please. Yes. Javol, javol. Javol, ty vole. Můj voli. Hej, voli. Dej subscribe.
I might point out that South Pacific area, as Mr. Caulfield indicated, is particularly suited for the use of aircraft, as long as it's keep bases in the Philippines and Singapore.
Mačkni to, neboj se. Božu. Neboj se. Subscribuj. Odběr. Máme to jiné. Tak. Kolik je periskopová?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Seerohrtiefe.
Once more, I should like to stress the fact that Japanese aggression is the ultimate consequence of this evolution, which has now led to a point where strong Nazi pressure seems to be determining the issue. Hitler is hard pressed on all fronts. He needs relief. Otherwise, would not have taken the chance of letting his action partner in the Far East lead the attack, thus losing the opportunity of denouncing the United States as the aggressor. This is another proof of his desperation. But all of this means that the Axis is now exhausting itself.
Zastavím na 15. 15 stačí. Stůj.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Neue Tiefe.
1-4.
14. Stačí.
I'd like to ask Upton Close, who's a very sharp authority on the Far East, just what he feels is the main strategic problem. I think everybody's asking if Mr. Osborne asked, what can Americans do to not only just take the, not only in a defensive way, but what can you do in the offensive to meet this Japanese attack?
Well, thank you, Wilhelmus. The main defensive problem divides into two parts. The first part, of course, is to cut the Japanese lines of communications in the south of Hong Kong. And there it would seem that the British and we certainly have the Japanese on the hip, so to speak. We have them at our advantage. But after all, that's only taking care of the South Pacific. The big problem to end the war is what we do about Japan's front on. And we can't tell what to do about that till we know where Russia stands, Phil. Russia is at the key point in this thing. Yesterday I met Litvinov as he landed here at Treasure Island, and I asked him point blank what would be Russia's position in case America and Japan got into war, and he completely evaded the issue. He gave me to wonder just what's up. Now, you know, I remember having been in Manchuria when the Japanese leaped upon China in 1931. And I found out afterwards that Mr. Stalin knew in advance of that Japanese action. The Japanese had told him what they were going to do and the night they were going to do it. But they had never told us, or the British, or the Chinese. And I looked in Mr. Litvinov's eye yesterday. I wondered whether he knew before he arrived here yesterday what would happen today. But anyhow, our strategy against Japan proper must depend upon whether or not our planes from our new air bases in the Aleutian Islands can plan to shuttle back and forth over Japan, reloading in Vladivostok on the other side, and attacking the Japanese naval bases first. Possibly if that don't work, let's depend upon that, Bill.
Hello, up and close. Hello, up and close. I wonder whether Wilfred Fleischer, who was formerly of the Tokyo Advertiser Tokyo, could have something to add to that. Fleischer?
I think we shouldn't overlook the effect that the bombing of Japanese cities would have on their population. I believe it would sow widespread panic among a people who have never tasted invasion or war at home. I think the Japanese cities are very vulnerable to air attacks. They have no adequate air shelters, if any at all, and there's been a shortage of water, which would make it very difficult to extinguish any fire.
Yeah.
Posloucháme BBC. Ne, CBS.
Hollywood NBC listening station. It's about the first indication we have of how this thing's going over in Japan.
Co tam krutí? Moment.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Alle Maschinen stopp.
Ještě 20? To je ta loďka malá.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Už se vrací? A tu hlídku je? Rybáři, vole. Jsou rybáři. Nic nepluje? Jeden destroyer. A to je všecko.
That Hitler was primarily responsible for Japan's pick from our things that it would help Hitler, I'm inclined to think that that point can be debated. After all, Japan's military value was practically as great as her military value. Now, what do you fellas think about that?
I have ideas on that. Yeah. I've been trying to get in on that, too. Of course, I listen to these boys say that the sudden attack without a declaration of war is a typical Hitler strategy. I'd like to point out that the Japanese invented that strategy and Hitler learned it from them. Right. That's absolutely right. So Bill Hillman, that's absolutely very pointed. Well, and I'd like to point out one more thing, Bill, before I'm cut off here for good. And that is that I believe that once Japan is in a full naval war with the United States, Hitler will write Japan off as a complete liability of no further use whatever to Hitler. I think you'll find that Hitler will now
Možná.
he has to woo the Chinese, whom he believes are good fighting stuff.
Možná jsou sítě.
Japan's now tied up for good. He's no good. He's just a liability. He's in the red.
Here's a point, Mr. Conforn, that I'd like to make. Would you identify yourself, sir? Talking in Washington. You know, Bismarck spoke about the imponderable war, and I have a feeling there's something more in this philosophy than we've discovered. You notice in that statement of the president that it was stated that what went into that message might be changed by information received between 11 tonight and noon tomorrow. And I must want to say this. In wartime, secret documents today. I talked yesterday with the Japanese officials, you understand, off the record, but I didn't know on the record. That man, frankly, has never believed that Japan could not win. So I think there may be a card of someone else's sleeve. Let's look for an imponderable thing. That's all
right, Bobby. I have a word again to call attention to this thing I've been talking about all day, and that is the Japanese civil government, as represented by its ministers, its ambassador, and its consular officials abroad, was not any more aware that this was going to happen than was our own Navy or government. If you wanted Mr. Ripley, coup sprung by the military and a small section of the Navy on us and on their own government. This is exactly as the thing was pulled off on China in 1931.
Just time to say goodbye, so word from Mr. Ripley if he wants to watch it.
I'm just going to say, the feeling is here, I haven't reduced the statistics. We've been moving at half speed on defense and everything else. If we move that up to full speed, we might have enough of the margin to take care of Japan handily as well as the Atlantic Ocean. Amen.
All right, I guess that's amen all around, gentlemen. You want to add a word, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Hillman? How about Mr. Beatty down there in Washington? You haven't heard much from him.
This is Beatty. I'm at it. That is, the purpose of our fleet out there is to destroy the opposition ultimately, but there may be a little sparring before we get down to that point.
Ještě jo. Ještě může. Ještě. Kuku. Kačka, vole.
May we remind you that we will remain open on a 24-hour basis to bring you the latest developments in the war, and again that President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress tomorrow about 12:30 p.m. half an hour after Eastern Standard Time, and that's the broadcast company
bombers started bombing Fort William McKinley, Nichols Airfield, and the RCA transmitting station. At 9 minutes past 3 o'clock, without warning, right now, the moon is shining absolutely.
The Capitol of the United States, December 8, 1941. Today, the Congress of the United States convenes in a solemn joint session. A session that will hear the President of the United States deliver his message that will ask for a declaration of war with Japan. The House chamber, always looking small and overcrowded, has today attained a dignity that overcomes even the great girders that temporarily support the glass roof of the chamber. The gallery started filling early this morning, and the floors are now packed. To witness this historic occasion are most of the dignitaries and officials of the Capitol. At 12 o'clock, the Speaker of the House, Sam Rayburn, called the House to order after a brief prayer by the chaplain of the House, Dr. James Sherrill Montgomery. The House passed the resolution which provided for the joint session, then recessed until the call of the chair, which is expected shortly before 12:30. While we wait for the members of the Senate, the members of the Cabinet, and the Supreme Court, we have here with us Columbia's Washington News analyst, Mr. Albert Warner, who will speak at this time. Mr. Warner.
Representative Sam Rayburn, Speaker of the House of Representatives, had just called the House into session again. There was a brief session beginning at 12 o'clock, which lasted for 4 minutes. During that time, prayer was offered by Dr. Sherrill Montgomery, the chaplain of the House. In that prayer, the chaplain spoke of the crimson threads of sacrifice which lie ahead. He spoke of national unity and honor and integrity. A resolution was offered at that time by Representative McCormick, the majority leader, which allowed the suspension of rules during the rest of the day. Then a motion was in order to recess. That recess has now ended, and the Speaker has again wielded the gavel, calling the House into session. At 12:30, special joint session of the two chambers, House and Senate, will begin, and the President of the United States will be heard addressing Congress, asking for the declaration of the existence of a state of war. Congress is poised to give that declaration. There's no doubt about the sentiment of Congress. You can hear it from House and Senate members on every side. All differences have been laid aside. Representative Martin, who is the chairman of the Republican National Committee and also the minority leader of the House, has said he is ready to follow the president's lead. Isolationists like Senator Wheeler and Representative Hamilton Fish have followed in Mr. Martin's course and have promised to go along under the president's leadership. When the joint session is held at 12:30, the cabinet members, you can already begin to see some of them in the lobbies here, will be grouped right in front of the rostrum where Vice President Wallace will preside with Speaker Rayburn. Right behind the cabinet members and Supreme Court justices will be the senators, and then the House members in their regular benches. At one side of the rostrum, you may already see in uniform the heads of the armed services. There is Admiral Stark, Chief of Naval Operations. There is General Marshall, Army Chief of Staff, and General Holcomb, Chief of the Marine Corps. After the President has been heard, each chamber will assemble separately, and later in the afternoon, the war resolution will come out of committee for action. Now here is the text of one resolution which Senator Connolly has already prepared. Senator Connolly will introduce the resolution in the Senate and Representative McCormick in the House. Connolly's resolution reads as follows: declaring that a state of war exists between the Imperial Japanese government and the government and the people of the United States, and making provision to prosecute the same. Whereas the Imperial Japanese government has committed unprovoked acts of war against the government and the people of the United States of America, therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the state of war between the United States and the Imperial Japanese government, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared, and the President is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and the resources of the government to carry on war against the Imperial Japanese government, and to bring the conflict to a successful termination. All of the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States. Here on the House floor are representatives who have acted on another resolution of war. a declaration that was made 24 years ago. We interrupt to say that the Senate is now coming into the House of Representatives. They have marched across the whole length of the Capitol from the Senate side of the building where the Senate previously was in its own session. Here on the House floor are congressmen who voted against the declaration of war 24 years ago. There is, for example, Representative Knudsen of Minnesota, who voted against war on Germany in the First World War. He has gloried in that vote. He has been an ardent isolationist. He has criticized all of Mr. Roosevelt's foreign policies. But now he says, it is my opinion that a state of war already exists. If the resolution recognizes the Japanese aggression, my vote, he said, will certainly be yes. And then there is Miss Jeanette Rankin of Montana. Hers is an unhappy public career. In 1917, she broke down and cried as she voted no on the declaration of war. Soon thereafter, she retired from Congress, and she came back after a lapse of about 20 years in the last election. Now it is her duty to vote again on a war declaration. She has not yet said what she is going to do. Now, Speaker Raven is wielding the gavel on the rostrum. From the State Department, we hear the Secretary of State Hull has told reporters that he is seeking to repatriate Ambassador Grew and his staff from Tokyo, as well as other American nationals in Japanese territory. Now here's Park Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Presiding at the joint session, of course, is Representative Sam Rayburn, Speaker of the House, and Vice President of the United States, Henry A. Wallace. The Speaker will present the President, and we understand that we're not quite ready to go to the Speaker's platform as yet. The Supreme Court at this time, I believe, is walking into the chamber, and the Cabinet is also coming in at this time. And so, after they come in, the President of the United States will arrive, and at that time we intend to turn you over to the Speaker's platform. However, before we do that, here is the history of that fateful Sunday yesterday, which brings this joint session today. At 9:30 a.m., Secretary of State Cordell Hull arrived at his desk. At 10 a.m., Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox and Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson entered Hull's office. At 1 p.m., Knox and Stimson left. Japanese Ambassador Nomura telephoned Hull asking for an appointment at 1:45, and at 1:30 p.m., reporters, photographers, and newsreel men advised to be present for something big, and that was the story of that fateful Sunday of yesterday, beginning at 9:30 a.m. with the important developments ending approximately at 1:30 p.m. At 1:35 p.m., more State Department officials arrived, and then Under-Secretary of State Sumner Wells was with him. We turn you now over to the Speaker's platform and open our microphones at that point. From this point, the House is very crowded, and immediately outside the door from which we're looking at the House floor, we can see that the members of the House of Representatives, as well as the Senators, the Supreme Court, and the Cabinet, have thoroughly crowded the House floor. And just outside the door, the people are very thickly crowded between our door and the rail, at which we watch the proceedings on the outside. And I believe Mr. Warner is here again, and I think that he has the prayer which was read earlier by the chaplain. Is that right, Mr. Warner? Right. Now here's Columbia's Washington News analyst, Mr. Alfred Warner.
At the present moment, Vice President Wallace and Speaker Raven are sitting down on the rostrum waiting for the arrival of the President. Dr. Cheryl Montgomery, the chaplain of the House, opening the first preliminary session of the House at 12 o'clock this morning, offered the prayer as follows. Eternal Father, strong to save, to thee we lift our prayer of steadfast hope and faith while the calendar of history is being stained with pagan cruelty and deceit. We pray for life-giving calmness, majestic and invincible. If we are to suffer as a noble people acquainted with grief and sorrow, O grant they may be heaven's challenge, turn us more devoutly to the blessings of the Spirit. O thou, Christ Christ God in the deeper processes of our nation's soul hold us steadfastly to the realization that the richest garments of a country's character are often sewed with the crimson threads of sacrifice and suffering. Keep us free from passion and hate, and bless our land with enduring prizes of national unity, honor, and integrity. Here's Park Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. In the escorting committee, which is left to escort the president in, there is Majority Leader Joseph Martin, Senator Carter Glass of Virginia. Rather, that's Minority Leader Joseph Martin, Majority Leader of the House. Also Representative John McCormick, who is the Majority Leader of the House. The committee is coming in at this time, and I believe the president is arriving. Mr. Warner, do you see him at that point now?
The president is already in the building, but has not yet appeared in the House chamber. He has gone up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol amid Washington streets, which have already changed their appearance. You see uniforms on every side. Army and Navy men attached to the Army and Navy, War and Navy departments who were in civilian clothes are now in uniform. There are guards in steel helmets in front of the Navy and War buildings. Traffic has been blocked from the two streets on each side of the White House, and no one can enter the White House grounds without being thoroughly identified.
The president, I believe, will be coming in just a few moments. He is scheduled to arrive at approximately 12:30, of course, and it's now just 2 or 3 minutes before 12:30. However, in the meantime, before he arrives, we can bring you just a bit more about what occurred yesterday, the events which led to this joint session of Congress. At 1:35 p.m., there were more State Department officials arriving, among them Undersecretary of State Sumner Wells, and at 2 p.m., the Chinese ambassador, Dr. Hu Shi, was shown into Hull's office. At approximately 2:05, now these events were occurring rather rapidly. At approximately 2:05 p.m., the Mura and Special Envoy Saburo Caruso arrived 20 minutes late and were cooled off for 15 minutes in the anteroom of Hull's office. At 2:15 p.m., President Roosevelt was advised of the Hawaii bombing. At 2:30 p.m., the Chinese ambassador left Hull's office and the Japanese diplomats were shown in. At 2:22 p.m. yesterday afternoon, Early advised the press associations, that's Mr. Stephen Early, who advised the press associations of President Roosevelt's telephone conversation. The president is arriving right now, accompanied by his escorting party from the House. He's coming in rather slowly. There are officials of the Army and Navy with him, many of them in uniform, as today the Army and Navy was ordered into uniform. They're moving rather slowly now. There is a number of policemen to his rear, several other distinguished gentlemen following him, other policemen coming through now, and the president is moving into the House. We're going to move our microphone to a point more advantageous and see if we can give you more of a description of the president moving into the House of Representatives. The official party has passed the point at which we were observing just a moment ago, and the president has moved around to the rear of the House near the Speaker's platform, the entrance from which he will arrive. The official party hasn't entered the doors near the Speaker's platform at this time just yet, and we're walking out into the House floor, waiting for his arrival, and from that point we shall attempt to bring you a brief description of his arrival and those coming in with him. Someone has helped us stand on the railing so we can get a better vantage point and give you more of a description of just what is occurring. The House is very crowded, as we told you earlier, and Mr. Warner mentioned that also. The entire House is rising now. If you get any of the noise and the gravel at the floor, so we will turn you over to the Speaker's platform, at which the business at hand will be carried on. We take you now to the Speaker's platform as the President is arriving.
senators, and representatives, I have the distinguished honor of presenting the President of the United States.
President, Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate and the House of Representatives, yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Indeed, 1 hour after Germany's air squadrons had commenced bombing in the American island of Oahu, the Japanese ambassador to the United States
Nicht genug Besatzung an den E-Maschinen, Herr Kaloin.
delivered to our Secretary of State a formal reply to a recent American message. And while this reply stated that it seemed useless to continue the existing diplomatic negotiations, it contained no threat or hint of war or of armed attack. It will be reported that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. During the intervening time, the Japanese government has deliberately sought to deceive the United States by false statements and expressions of hope for continued peace. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused severe damage to American naval and military forces. I regret to tell you that very many American lives have been lost. In addition, American ships have been reported torpedoed on the high seas between San Francisco and Honolulu. Yesterday, the Japanese government also launched an attack against Malaya. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Hong Kong. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Guam. Last night, Japanese forces attacked the Philippine Islands. Last night, the Japanese attacked Wake Island. And this morning, the Japanese attacked Midway Island. Japan has therefore undertaken a surprise offensive extending throughout the Pacific area. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. The people of the United States have already formed their opinions and well understand the implications to the very life and safety of our nation. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, I have directed that all measures be taken for our defense. But always will our whole nation remember the character of the onslaught against us. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory. I believe that I interpret the will of the Congress and of the people when I assert that we will not only defend ourselves to the uttermost, but will make it very certain that this form of treachery shall never again endanger us. Hostilities exist. There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God. I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
Will recess at this time. The President is going out of the gallery now, and there's some business going on at the platform at this time. And so for the conclusion of the ceremonies taking place at this time, we shall return you now to the platform. We see now that the joint session of Congress, the House, and the Senate, including the cabinet members and the Supreme Court, has concluded, and so thus we are going to conclude our broadcast at this point, unless Mr. Warner has a few words to say concerning what has occurred at this time. Here is Mr. Albert Warner, Columbia's Washington news analyst.
This has been a brief and simple joint session of the Senate and House. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Sam Rabin, and Vice President Wallace presided on the rostrum. In front of the rostrum were the cabinet members, members of the Supreme Court in their robes, and behind them the senators and the members of the House of Representatives. The President came in promptly at 12:30. There was a tremendous ovation given to him as he stood there in front of the microphones at a little desk in front of the Vice President and Speaker Rabin. The President made a brief, moving speech, frequently interrupted by applause, at the end of which he declared that a state of war already was existing between Japan and the United States. Now the chamber's in brief recess while the Senate goes back across the corridors of this long building to its own chamber on the other side, where it will meet at once in its own session. Then the House will get into action here, and a resolution will be introduced by the majority floor leader, Representative McCormick, declaring the existence of a state of war. Now here is Eric Severin.
The members of the Senate have just left the House of Representatives to go down through the hallway to their own chamber. They left walking by twos up the main aisle toward the gate, following immediately after the members of the Supreme Court. The justices of the Supreme Court were dressed in their long black robes, and they too left in twos, and as they passed, many members of the Congress in their seats arose to applaud them. That was immediately after the President finished his short 10-minute speech. You heard the completely deafening applause, at least it was deafening here to us, standing watching when he said that the American people in their righteous might would win through. When he had finished, it was almost impossible from the circumference of the room to see the President. Men stood on their chairs, people stood on the railings back by the gallery, all the spectators up above were on their feet. They were applauding and they were shouting. Then the President left very quickly and simply, and there was a quiet moment, and then it was announced the senators and representatives would remain in their seats until the members of the Supreme Court and then the Cabinet had passed out. And now the business of the Congress in its respective chambers is beginning again. We can just hear the voice of the Speaker. We've been advised that this time a vote will be taken. The senators and representatives will vote on the declaration of war, or the declaration of existence of a state of war, and we will at this time attempt to bring you a description of the ceremonies taking place in regard to this. We have our microphones on the committee tables, on the well in front of the Speaker's platform, and of course on the Speaker's platform where President Roosevelt spoke. The vote will be taken shortly, the various senators voting on the measure, and so on. And so for the ceremonies that will take place regarding that, we're going to keep Columbia's microphones open and attempt to bring you the complete program of the events taking place at this time. We heard through the doorway here that some vote was being taken regarding the measure to be passed, and as yet there is nothing taking place on the Speaker's platform, but we're sure that shortly the vote will be taken. The senators will answer yea and nay and so on, and we shall attempt to bring you that when they do, provided that is to take place in the usual manner, so that we can present it to our radio audience. There is a bulletin dated Berlin. A Nazi military spokesman says that attempts to capture Moscow this winter have been abandoned. Attempts to capture Moscow this winter have been abandoned, a Nazi spokesman says, the bulletin dated Berlin. The Speaker is pounding the gavel, and we take you now to the Speaker's platform.
It may take a moment to reinstall the speaker system, then we will proceed to the
I think out of the first in the car.
Gentlemen, Mr. McCormick.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the message of the President of the United States.
Well, honorable gentlemen will suspend the order and the gallery as well. Gentlemen from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the message of the President of the United States be referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed.
Objection to this order.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the joint resolution which I have sent to the desk.
Marshal, put the resolution. Joint resolution 254. Joint resolution declaring that a state of war exists between the Imperial Government of Japan and the government and the people of the United States, and making provisions to prosecute the same. Whereas the Imperial Government of Japan has committed repeated acts of war against the government and the people of the United States of America, therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the state of war between the United States and the Imperial Government of Japan, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared, and that the President be and he is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and the resources of the government to carry on war against the imperial government of Japan and to bring the conflict to a successful termination. All of the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States. Is the second demanded? Speaker, I demand the second. Gentlemen from that. There can be no objection. Of the unanimous consent request. Speaker, I yield 20 seconds to myself. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 20 seconds. Mr. Speaker, my fellow Americans, the President of the United States has just spoken to the Congress and to the American people. A dastardly attack has been made upon us. This is the time for action. Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Martin, Mr. Speaker. Our nation is today in the gravest crisis since its establishment as a republic. All we hold precious and sacred is being challenged by a ruthless, unscrupulous, arrogant foe. We have been the victim of a treacherous attack under cover of darkness. It came at a time when we were trying to establish a basis of peace through mutual misunderstanding. Our ships have been sunk, our planes destroyed, many lives lost. Cities and towns under the American flag have been ruthlessly bombed. No one hates war more than I. Every night I have uttered a silent prayer that America might be spared active involvement in a frightful war. I know the horrors which come with war, the loss of lives, the sacrifices which must be made by all, the sadness and desolation it always brings. America is challenged. That challenge comes in a ruthless way which leaves but one answer for a liberty-loving, self-respecting people. We are compelled by this treacherous attack to go to war. Now, from now on, there can be no hesitation. We must press the war with unstinted vigor and full efficiency. There can be no peace until the enemy is made to pay in full measure for his dastardly crimes. We in America wanted peace. We must now fight to uphold our national honor and make secure our freedom. The attack on our territory will rally every patriotic American to support of the nation's needs. In shipyards, in factories, in mines, in blast furnaces, on farms all over this broad land, there will be one spontaneous response. The people of America will unanimously meet the attacks of the aggressor and join in an irresistible effort of increased production. The boys in the training camps and the sailors who maintain the vigils of the sea they will have the tools and equipment to win this war. In view of the developments of the past 48 hours, the President's request has my support. When the historic roll is called, I hope there will not be a single dissenting voice. Let us show the world we are a united nation. Let us boldly proclaim we will not permit any force to strike down freedom and progress here in America, or replace our way of life with slavery and dictatorship. God will give us the strength and the courage to drive to victory in a just cause, a cause which means all that makes life worthwhile to the people, not only of America, but in every country in the world.
I yield 3 minutes. The gentleman. Let us maintain order at this time, especially. Gentleman from the office of fish is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is with sorrow and deep resentment against Japan that I rise to support a declaration of war. I have consistently opposed our entrance into war in Europe and Asia for the past 3 years. But the unwarranted, vicious, brazen, and dastardly attacks by the Japanese Navy and Air Force while peace negotiations were pending at Washington, and in defiance of the President's 11th hour personal appeal to the Emperor, makes war inevitable and necessary. The time for debate and controversy within America has passed. The time for action has come. Interventionists and non-interventionists must cease criminations and recriminations, charges and countercharges against each other, and present a united front behind the President and the government in the conduct of the war. There can only be one answer to the treacherous attack of the Japanese, and that is war to final victory, cost what it may, in blood, treasure, and tears. This unprovoked and senseless aggression by the Japanese armed forces upon our possessions must be answered by war. Although I have consistently fought against intervention in foreign wars, I have repeatedly stated that if we are attacked by any foreign nation, or if the Congress of the United States declared war in the American and constitutional way, I would support the President and the administration to the bitter end. Mr. Speaker, whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. The Japanese have gone stark raving mad, and their unprovoked attack has committed for them military, naval, and national suicide. I shall at the proper time volunteer my services as an officer in a combat division, as I did in the last war, preferably with colored troops. There is no sacrifice too great that I will not make in defense of America and to help annihilate these war-mad Japanese devils. Now that we are to fight, let us go in with our heads up and our chins up in the American way. Let us serve notice upon the world that this is not only a war against aggression and in defense of our own territory, but a war for freedom and democracy all over the world, and that we will not stop until victory is won. I appeal to all American citizens, particularly the members of my own party and to non-interventionists, to put aside personal views and nonpartisan and all partisanship and unite behind the President, our Commander-in-Chief, in assuring victory to the armed forces of the United States. Desires to say this, and that is that whoever is responsible for these rifles will turn them off. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Mr. Speaker. Gentleman from Massachusetts. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bloom. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Bloom, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, speedy action, not words, should be the order of the day.
The gentleman from Massachusetts. Mr. Speaker, of course there's 2 gentlemen from Massachusetts. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Johnson.
Texas, Mr. Luther Johnson is recognized.
Speaker, in this tragic hour, words will not convey our feelings or express our righteous indignation. Japan's unprovoked attack without notice upon the United States, while peace
were still in progress was dastard treachery and is characteristic of those totalitarian outlaws who talk peace while they have already drawn the dagger with which to strike. We have but two choices today, either to fight or to surrender. And America, thank God, has never surrendered and never will. America is united. America will fight. America will win.
Mr. Martin, Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the lady from Massachusetts, Mrs. Rogers. Gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for a minute.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Japan stabbed us in the back. The indignation of the American people knows no bounds. Those of every strain in this country will rise to meet that challenge. They will fight to defend America. Grim and awful as war is, they want war declared. Mr. Speaker, I remind you that the American men have been brave. American women, too, have been brave. They are willing today to make every sacrifice in order that we shall win. Thank God, Mr. Speaker, the country today is united, and united we march forward to victory.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Maryland, Mr. Howard.
I want to say that my husband, Bill Byron, was through the last war, that I am 100% back in America, and I'm willing to give my son this war that I was afraid will not last long enough, but I have 1 year of military age now, and I'm 100% back in work, going into this thing, cleaning this afternoon, and then I'm with my parents helping out every day.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Casey.
Because the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Sam Rayburn, has ruled that the proceedings from the floor cannot be broadcast, we're forced to conclude this portion of our program and present at this time Mr. Albert Warner, Columbia's Washington news analyst. Mr. Warner.
The majority floor leader, Representative McCormick, opened the brief speech-making after the President of the United States had concluded his address to the joint session. Mr. McCormick called the Japanese attack dastardly. He said that the time had now come for action. Then the Republican leader of the House, who was also chairman of the Republican National Committee, Representative Joseph Martin, said that all we hold precious is now at stake, that we have been the victim of dastardly attack, that our cities and ships have been bombed by Japanese planes. And he said that every night he had uttered prayers that this country would be safe from war. War meant sadness and desolation. But now there was only one answer for a liberty-loving people. We are compelled, said Representative Martin, to go to war. There can be no peace, he said, until the enemy has paid for its crimes. We must drive ahead to victory in a just war. Isolationist Representative Fish, a Republican of New York, who has consistently opposed the president's foreign policies, spoke after Representative Martin, taking much the same line as the Republican leader had done. He said that in view of the brazen, vicious, dastardly attack, war is necessary. The vote in the Senate adopting this resolution declaring the existence of a state of war with Japan was adopted 82-0. 82-0. Representative Fish told his colleagues that he had consistently opposed what he called interventionism, but now he said the time for debate and controversy had passed. It was time for a united front. And though he had consistently spoken against the president's foreign policies, he said he would now support the administration to the bitter end. The Japanese, he said, had gone stark mad. Whom the gods would destroy, they first made mad, he declared. While these and other people were speaking 1, 2, or 3-minute speeches, Representative Jeanette Rankin stood at the back of the hall trying to get the attention of the speaker. Miss Rankin was a congresswoman at the time of the First World War. Then she voted against the declaration of war on Germany. What she wanted to say on is not yet known. She did not get the chance to speak. For 20 years she was out of to the House just in time to vote on a second declaration of war.
Možná.
Now here's Park Simmons. As we conclude this broadcast, brought to the address of the President, the United States is now at war with Japan. We return now to New York.
6 ráno.
Here at Columbia's microphones in New York are elements
Dám
of
rozsvítit.
George Fielding Elliott. We shall hear first from Mr. Davis. Whether the House of Representatives has finished voting is not clear, but there is every reason to suppose that it will vote the declaration by the unit with the unanimity which the Senate has already.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
The declaration of war against Germany and
Ausblasen! Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Neue Tiefe.
1, 2.
Tam jsou děla, vole. Na boku.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Neue Tiefe.
9.
The Cuban cabinet has voted for a declaration of war. Haiti declared war on Japan this morning. President Avila Camacho of Mexico will ask the Mexican Congress for a declaration of war against Japan before the day is out, and will get it. And according to a Buenos Aires newspaper, Colombia has decided to cede bases in the Pacific and Caribbean to the United States.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Would be very serviceable, of course.
Neue Tiefe.
1, 4
Meter.
With the assistance of practically all our neighbors. Costa Rica was the first one declaring war last night.
Tam jsou děla na kraji.
Presumably most of the republics in the area will come along. Meanwhile, however, it must be recognized that the war was begun with a defeat at Pearl Harbor. How serious that defeat may be, we do not yet precisely know. There is every reason to suppose that it was not so serious as the Japanese have claimed. In the first place, reports of the success of air attacks made by the attackers are almost always exaggerated because they have to move away before they can see exactly what happened. And the Japanese have an obvious interest in exaggerating the extent of their success.
Tady jsou cíle Angličani.
From a military point of view, it was a defeat which may have, so far as we know about the operations up to this time,
which may have some effect on the naval strategy of the Pacific in the months to come. Of that you will hear more presently from Major Ellis. Meanwhile, the fact had better be recognized because it is going to take hard work and possibly time to repair the losses which we have already suffered. And as President Roosevelt says, no matter how long it may take us, the American people will win through to absolute victory. Note the word absolute victory. He said also, we will make very certain that this form of treachery will never again endanger us. That is to say, a mere halfway victory, a show victory, will not be sufficient. And that was the implication, too, of Representative Martin's statement that no, there can be no peace till the enemy has been made to pay in full measure. This proposal today, of course, is for declaration of war only against Japan. What is to be done about Japan's allies is a problem which has not yet been decided perhaps in Washington, and which perhaps those allies will decide for us. The Triple Alliance between Germany, Italy, and Japan provides that all of them come to that every one of them comes to the rescue of the others in case it is attacked by a power which was not engaged in the war at the time of the signing of the alliance. Theoretically, it must be attacked, but of course we have seen in the history of the Axis states that they can always represent themselves as attacked, and there have been indications from the European Axis capitals that they will so represent this operation. The Germans insisted yesterday that the war incendiary Roosevelt was solely responsible for the breaking out of hostilities. They repeated that statement over and over, and so it seems probable that they will represent this as an American attack on Japan, a fact which they could easily persuade their peoples, or at least could suppress any evidence of dissent, so that the operation of the Triple Alliance will come into effect automatically. And that, of course, would lead to a state of war between the United States and Germany and Italy. Meanwhile, it must be obvious that the presence of the German and Italian embassies in Washington is dangerous to our interests, since they are centers of Axis activity and doubtless would give such assistance as they could to Japanese, and to those might be added the embassy of Vichy, France. For the whole history of the French government in Indochina in the past year and a half has indicated that it has been functioning as a very willing assistant to whatever claims for domination the Japanese may make. They have helped them already. They will no doubt help them still more. Another point indicating the tie-up of this Japanese attack with all the Axis strategy may be inferred from its timing. It is clear that the attack was prepared at least 3 weeks ago. That is to say, not only about the time Mr. Kurusu was on his way from Tokyo to Washington with what were represented at the time as proposals for peace negotiations, but also at a time when the situation of the German armies in Russia was very much more favorable than it is now. 3 or 4 weeks ago, it could well have been supposed by the Axis that by this time the German armies would have made a triumphal entrance into Moscow, that they would be pushing on from Rostov either towards Astrakhan or to the Caucasus, that the Russian situation would be very favorable to them, and that such a timing of the Japanese attack on the United States would be a great boost to the world progress of the Axis. Well, things didn't go as they were expected to go in Russia. We've just heard the statement of a German spokesman that the attempt to take Moscow this winter has now been abandoned. It would be rash to put any too much confidence in this statement, but at least it does indicate that they don't seem to have much expectation of getting ahead in Moscow, and we know that on the Rostov front, they are now moving westward and not eastward, and they have taken some severe losses there. All this changes very materially the situation as it was expected to be at the time the Japanese planned their attack. Nevertheless, it is obvious that the initial attack has attained some successes, and that it will take a great deal of effort, a united, vigorous, all-out effort by the entire American people to retrieve the initial setback. There is every evidence that the American people are prepared to make that effort. It was indicated by the spontaneous cheers that broke out in Congress, by the statements of men who have hitherto been most vigorously opposed to any involvement in hostilities, and there is every reason to suppose that this is a correct representation of the state of mind of the people. That is the state of mind, apparently unanimous, that has been created by this unprovoked, surprise Japanese attack while their negotiators were still talking peace in Washington. The Japanese tactics have won them an initial military victory. It seems very likely that its ultimate effects will be far more than overbalanced by the consequence of the political defeat which Japanese treachery has brought on itself.
Here is Major George Fielding Elliott.
As Mr. Davis has pointed out, and as the President
told the Congress, it is perfectly clear that this Japanese
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
has been in course of preparation for some
Große
time.
Fahrt voraus.
But it's examined almost the technical points involved. A Japanese submarine torpedoed an American merchant vessel between San Francisco and Honolulu, about 700 miles west of San Francisco. Another such ship was attacked about 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. Japanese submarines, or any other submarines, are not particularly fast vessels, even cruising on the surface. And under the best conditions, that is, under conditions in which they do not have to avoid observation by American patrol aircraft, which are operating all over the Central Pacific. A direct passage from Yokohama or from
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
home base, the place where these submarines...
Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus.
We may assume that the period was considerably longer because of the necessity of avoiding being seen while on passage. Again, the attack against Hawaii delivered some aircraft carriers. Would have taken at least 8 days for carriers at economical cruising speeds, and they could not have proceeded at high speed because of the weight of the fuel involved. Take at least 8 days from Yokosuka, which is the nearest large Japanese naval base. And it must be remembered that it would have taken at least another week to prepare the carriers for this operation, secure their full complement of aircraft, load them with bombs, stores, and so on, and make ready. The period, therefore, of
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
at least from the time the
Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
there were several days in making plans, taking decisions. Consequently, it is perfectly clear that this attack was treacherously planned long before it took place and during the course of peace negotiations. This is a fact that cannot be too strongly emphasized. The President gave one item of military news which we had not had before. That is the Japanese attack on Midway Island, which is an important American island air base in the Pacific and the nearest of the air bases to Hawaii on the long string of such bases which extend from Hawaii to Manila. From Singapore comes a bulletin stating that confused fighting continues in the Cotabato airdrome sector in northern Malaya. It's an official communique, and there's a first suspicion that Japanese landing parties have actually reached the Cotabato area. Cotabato is an isolated British airdrome in the extreme northeastern corner of British Malaya. It does not have good road connections with the interior, although it does have connections with the Malayan Railway. A Japanese attack on this airdrome would probably be intended to secure the use of the airdrome for Japanese land-based airplanes. After all, the number of carriers available is limited, and the Japanese must, if they're going to continue an attack on Singapore, be able to operate land-based airplanes in that area. The British radio, reporting on Japanese troop landing in Malaya, said 5 enemy merchant vessels escorted by one
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Japanese troops to the Malayan coast.
Volle Fahrt voraus.
RAF bombers attacked them in the moonlight, and by dawn at least 2 large enemy ships had been hit and set on fire. At daybreak, several of our bomber and torpedo bomber squadrons took off to complete the attack. The result of these attacks is not yet known. Following these attacks, the Japanese ships retired at high
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
leaving their troops behind on the beaches.
Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus.
The British should have air superiority in this whole region, and air superiority is generally considered prohibitive as regards troop landing. Thus, the British certainly have initial advantages, and it remains to be seen how they can develop themselves. From Berlin comes a report that Japanese troops have begun peaceful occupation of Thailand in the direction of Bangkok and numerous other important points to the east and south. Apparently, Thai resistance to Japanese attacks, if any took place at all, was merely a token resistance and has not amounted to anything. So the Japanese at Cotabato may now be hoping to maintain themselves until such time as assistance can reach them through Thai territory. Cotabato is almost on the frontier between British Malaya and Thailand, and the Japanese may hope to hang on there until their comrades can come racing down through Thai territory to join them. But there are also reports that British troops have already moved into Thai territory, presumably from Malaya, and delaying actions may take place on the isthmus in Thai territory, which occupies the narrowest part of that long 600-mile isthmus known as the Malay Peninsula. The German
announced that attempts to capture Moscow will be abandoned for the winter. This may be a ruse, of course. It may be, however, due to the Russian pressure in the south and the absolute need for stemming that pressure in order to avoid intervention of the German armies there. For the last week or 10 days, there has been noticeable to military observers the first hint of a certain German lack of genius. That is, they do not seem to be able to put on attacks on the same broad scale and with the same reckless disregard of casualties, men, and material that they did before. It's noticeable that this is regard land troops, that they do seem to feel pressure in one area on their operations in another. And it may very well be that they're compelled to abandon their attacks on Moscow in order to make secure their positions in the south. We are just received a dispatch from the Duty Gulf of Honduras. Honduras declared war on Japan today, and the government established martial law throughout the republic. This adds the name of Honduras to those of Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Haiti. They've already declared war on Germany and on Japan, and also Mexico, Colombia, and Cuba, which have indicated their intention of doing likewise or taking steps which are tantamount to such action. We ought to remember, in considering the coming of these countries to our side, that all their military power may not be very great. It is of enormous importance that American air and naval forces have the use of their territories, air bases, and seaports in defending our far-flung lines of communication in the Caribbean Sea and in the Pacific, and that the belligerent status of these countries gives our Navy facilities which it could not otherwise possess. Especially with regard to Costa Rica and Colombia, these countries are immediately adjacent to the Panama Canal, and both of them possess island bases from which our outlying patrol squadrons and our listening stations can perhaps observe the approach of any attempt by Japanese or other forces to surprise the canal in the same manner that Hawaii appears to have been surprised. There is no further report in the President's message on the exact extent of the damage suffered by the American forces at Hawaii, other than to say that the loss of life is severe. And apparently severe damage was done. The Japanese have made a number of claims with regard to this damage, which appears to be exaggerated. However, it is noticeable that the President has said in an earlier statement from the White House that operations at Hawaii were continuing. Whether this means that the Japanese are making another attack, or whether it means that the pursuit of the Japanese carriers and perhaps other escort ships which brought the planes to Hawaii is continuing, of course, is uncertain. There is always a possibility to be kept in mind that the Japanese may have backed up the carriers with their whole battle fleet, hoped to inflict some damage on our ships in harbor, and to bring the remainder to action while they were pursuing the carriers. But this is mere speculation and has nothing to support it at the present time. In view, however, of the wide extent of the Japanese surprise attacks yesterday, extending over an area almost a quarter of a distance around the globe, the possibility cannot be excluded. There may yet be other surprise raids at points where attack would seem as little to be expected as at Pearl Harbor. An imaginative preview of an American-Japanese war.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
Was a work of fiction, but it was based on an expert's knowledge of the possibilities, if not the probabilities. And one of the incidents that he imagined was the conversion of certain Japanese merchantmen into airplane carriers, still with the outward appearance of merchantmen and sailing under neutral flags, in which air raids were made on coastal cities of the continental United States. It is known that certain Japanese merchant ships have been converted into airplane carriers, although these have long flying decks and their appearance is no longer that of merchant ships. A vessel which retains the appearance of a merchant ship can, however, operate seaplanes. Such vessels could carry very few planes. The damage which might be done by such raids upon our coast would be comparatively trivial. Their sole purpose would be to cause confusion, and that purpose could be defeated by the coolness and self-control of the civilian population if such an incident should occur. It is to be hoped that we will be a little more ready for such surprise attacks now than we were during the continuance of the peace negotiations, when we, at least the people at large, had the idea that the Japanese were really trying to come to some agreement. the likelihood that such carriers could slip through American naval patrol in the Pacific or the Atlantic is small indeed. Still, it is a conceivable possibility which all of us should bear in mind. You've heard from Elmer Davis and Major George Fielding Elliott. Now here are late reports from the press associations. Congress has just declared war on Japan. Both the Senate and the House have approved resolutions calling for a war declaration. The Senate voted 82 to nothing in favor of it within 20 minutes after the President asked a joint session of Congress to do so. Shortly thereafter, the House voted similar approval. The only vote against the war resolution in the House so far was by Ms. Jeanette Rankin, Republican of Montana. Ms. Rankin also voted against the declaration of war against Germany in 1917. Representative Harold Knudsen, Republican of Minnesota, who also voted against American entry into the World War in 1917, said today, this nation has no choice but to declare war on Japan. I do not see that we have any other choice, Knudsen told reporters. They declared war on us. Ms. Rankin and Knudsen are the only present members of the House who voted against war in 1917. Here's a dispatch from Berlin. A DNB dispatch tonight from Tokyo, quoting a report from the Japanese newspaper Yomiuri from Saigon, French Indochina, said a United States transport had been sunk for the loss of 350 men in waters around Manila. And from Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Haiti joined the Latin American nations today which have declared war on Japan and pledged the United States its full assistance. The Berlin radio reported from Vichy today, and the report follows. In an official French comment from Vichy on the outbreak of war between Japan and the United States and Britain, it is pointed out that France was adopting an attitude of wait and see. It was furthermore stressed that for the time being, France was still neutral in the Pacific and the Far East, and that her attitude had not yet changed. The vote in the House was 388 to 1. The next special news broadcast will be heard over many of these stations at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when we shall hear the speech of Prime Minister Winston Churchill from London. Columbia will continue to interrupt all regularly scheduled programs to bring you the latest news. Big Sister, The Romance of Helen Trent, Argyle Sunday, Life Can Be Beautiful, and Woman in White will be heard at their regularly scheduled times tomorrow. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to the capital of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States has asked the Congress to declare a state of war, that a state of war exists between the United States and Japan. He has retired the chamber of the House of Representatives, at which point he has spoken to the joint session of the Congress. The Speaker has declared the joint session dissolved. The members of the President's cabinet have retired. They were followed immediately by the members of the Supreme Court. And now the Senate, leaving the House chamber. The picture here in the background comes from the members of the House who cheer their colleagues from the other side of the Capitol building. 96 senators, presumably most of them here because, well, it would appear that they are, slowly filing out the center aisle, the north door of the House chamber, down the long corridor to the Senate chamber. The Speaker of the House may bring you the introduction of the resolution by the Honorable John W. McClellan of Massachusetts, Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, whom we've been told will present the resolution for the House of Representatives, recognizing the state of war does exist between the United States and the Empire of Japan, and carrying out the request of the President, as stated in his brief message to them. The last few members of the Senate just now leaving the House chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments the House of Representatives will go back in session, but we have been asked by the Speaker of the House to discontinue broadcasting from the House floor. For a moment, we will switch you over to the Senate side. If Buckage is standing by there, we might have just a word from him, if he's there. Mr. Buckage, have you a word from the Senate?
From the Senate Radio Gallery, this is Don Gardner speaking to you. And now we turn the microphone over to Buckage, our noted NBC commentator, with a few observations on the facts of the day. Buckage.
Buckage talking from the radio gallery of the Senate. The Senate chamber is still empty. They are waiting for the Senate to come back to consider the resolution that I read to you before. You've heard the President speak, and it might be interesting to compare it with the outstanding paragraph of Woodrow Wilson's address to Congress in 1917. As you see, the resolution itself is identical except for the word British and Japanese. And here's what the President Wilson said in 1917. Democracy for the right of those who submit to authority to have a voice in their own government. The rights and liberties of small nations for a universal domination of right by such a concert of free people who shall bring peace and safety to all nations and make the world itself at last free. To such a task we can dedicate our lives and our fortunes, everything that we are and everything that we have, with the pride of those who know that the day has come when America is privileged to spend her blood and her might for the principles that gave her birth and happiness and the peace which she is treasured. God helping her, she can do no other. And the impact of that or the resolution introduced are different. As you see, the President merely presented the case as it stood, the case of a nation betrayed and attacked while it was attempting to carry on efforts to assure peace. But it's unlikely there will be much opposition to this resolution. That's all for the moment, and thanks very much.
Thank you, Buckage, from the Senate side of the Capitol building. Now, for just a brief summary from our position here in the House of Representatives. Morgan Beatty.
The most significant point about the whole President's address is its brevity. Heretofore, in asking Congress to declare the existence of war between this nation and another, the chief executives have found it necessary to review at great length, as Buckage has just told you in Mr. Wilson's case, all of the events that led up to the disastrous and tragic climax. In this case, the President made you a 500-word factual news summary, as he expected we would in advance. The most significant statement was, outside of the actual request for a legal definition of war, was that the whole nation will always remember the character of this onslaught against us. The American people will win through to absolute victory, no matter how long it takes. He's taken full advantage there of the fact that we were attacked, that we had no opportunity to expect this situation was going to arise. In making the simple statement at the end that he was asking Congress, in view of the attacks by the Japanese in the last 24 hours, to recognize that a state of war has existed between us and the Japanese Empire, he paved the way for the House's resolution, which will follow.
And so so, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude our broadcasting from the United States Capitol building in Washington. You've heard the President of the United States address a joint session of Congress and ask that this nation declare war against Japan. This is Colonel Smith speaking. We take you now to the NBC newsroom in New York.
To se dělá?
The first is dateline London. The Free French government of General Charles de Gaulle today declared war on Japan. And from Rio de Janeiro, President Getulio Vargas and his cabinet agreed at a meeting today to give absolute solidarity to the United States. The government announced that officially. These bulletins have come from the NBC newsroom in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
To je metal. To dáme ještě kousek.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder hart Backbord.
Ještě kousek.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Ruder 0 Grad.
Tady je to kratší.
Our program at this time to bring you a special bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York, a bulletin dateline Singapore. The Singapore command issued a communique late today acknowledging that confused fighting continues in the Kota Baru airdrome area. Now, Kota Baru is 300 miles north of Singapore, an immediate target of Japanese invasion. Earlier, Japanese units attempting to penetrate Malaya from the north were reported being mopped up. Singapore itself had been under air attack today with the casualties counted at 63 dead and 133 injured. And the Berlin radio reports that Tokyo had its first blackout tonight. The broadcast was heard by the NBC listening post. Here's another bulletin just being handed me. The dateline is Hong Kong. British headquarters in Hong Kong issued the following communique tonight. The defense plan continues to develop satisfactorily. Further demolitions are being made. In a raid this afternoon, a few bombs were dropped, but the raiders scattered as soon as they were fired on, and damage and casualties were not extensive. One Japanese plane was reported shot down over Green Island off the western entrance to Hong Kong Harbor. These bulletins have come to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. We return you now to Chicago.
Není tam síť? Ještě kousek. Tady se teď dělá, no, maličku. Kolik je? Tak.
As I pointed out before, I believe that to be identical to the one that was introduced April 2nd, 1917. And it was Senator Martin, chairman of the Appropriations Committee, who introduced it because then Chairman Stone of the Foreign Relations Committee opposed entrance into war. Except there is just one exception, of course, where it is instead of imperial Japanese government, it was the imperial
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
government then.
Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
Jsme tu?
Norris leaned back with his hand over the seat,
Tu.
and I saw him shaking his head. It might not have been that, of course, the first
Moment.
They hadn't come to him yet in the roll
Není
call.
špatně.
He's seated in exactly the same position that he was then, his elbow on the back of his chair, his hand at his head, his fingers moving up and down contemplatively, one hand stretched out on the desk. He's looking down, and I imagine he can see that patient of 1917 arising before him. But a different scene, no, where there were so many opposing the declaration, where it was quite a debatable subject. And as I said before, when we compared
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
for the president
Seerohrtiefe.
describing the duties of this country in an act.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Little countries, compare that with what the simple words are today, when we merely recounted the acts of aggression and duplicity of the Japanese government against us. And now I'm going to send someone down there to find out what the progress of the vote is.
Tomorrow.
So I can't quite hear from here. There are some of the people are moving about now in the aisles. There are others crowding about me again. I find it difficult to see. The galleries themselves are not filled with spectators. They weren't permitted to enter, as I said before, until the Senate It was a solemn occasion, I can tell you. The fact that there were no senators themselves, and a few men, the men in the press gallery, and one or two of us in the radio gallery at the time, gave an almost church-like feel as the chaplain, with attention given to him, I must say I have seldom seen in this gathering.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Große Fahrt voraus. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder hart Backbord. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder 0 Grad.
Grad. Měřit dělá. Na přístav se dívají. A jiné to není.
Now there are people who raise politics is moving backward, talking earnestly, but Sweeney did not vote, I am told. There may be other votes were withheld. It's a strange, tense feeling seems to be spreading over the Senate. Senator Connolly is written.
Tam je, čumí na mě, dvě.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder hart Backbord.
Ladies and gentlemen, the House of Representatives is now voting on the resolution, but there will be some minutes before the vote will be available to us. Therefore, we return you to the NBC newsroom in New York.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder 0 Grad.
We're back here in the NBC newsroom in New York, ladies and gentlemen. Here are some late bulletins just come in. The first is Dateline, Mexico City. President Manuel Evito Camacho will ask Congress for a declaration of war against Japan before the day is out. A high official quarter predicted this afternoon. Congressional approval was forecast. Another bulletin from Washington. The Senate vote was 82 to nothing for war on Japan. I'll repeat that. The Senate vote was 82 to nothing for war on Japan. A unanimous vote. A bulletin from Port-au-Prince. The Republic of Haiti declared war on Japan at 11:30 a.m. today. A bulletin from Buenos Aires. Colombia has decided to cede Pacific and Caribbean bases to the United States. The newspaper Dejte reported from Bogota today that the United States will get those Colombian bases for the war against Japan. And the Berlin radio reports that the Emperor of Manchukuo, has proclaimed to his people that Manchukuo has declared war against the United States and Great Britain. Manchukuo is a Japanese colony. These bulletins have come to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Mám jednu. Přímo.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder hart Backbord. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
To jsou dvě. Dobře. Jsou tam dvě.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Ruder
0 Grad.
Automatem? Mám první.
Rohr 1, los! Aal ist im Wasser!
As the orchestra continues, we hear the El Capitan March.
No, že tam není síť. Zem? Do prdele, vlevo. Ne. Není tam zem. Čisto.
We interrupt our program at this time to bring you a late bulletin. The Dateline Washington, the United States, through its Congress, declared war today on Japan. Now the vote in the Senate.
Rohr 2, los! Aal ist im Wasser!
We do not know the vote in the House. On Japan. This bulletin came to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. We continue now with our program from Chicago.
Rohr 3, los! Aal ist im Wasser!
To jsou tři. Je vzadu? Ta velká je za molem. Aha. No, zkusíme.
concludes our program of music, which has been played for you today by Joseph Felicio and the Homesteaders.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
Od té lodi vpravo.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder hart Steuerbord.
Tonight, the government of the United States is at war with Japan. Therefore, in place of the United States Treasury Department program, For America We Sing, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the latest news from the Far Eastern war zone and from its experts on foreign affairs. The Treasury Department is relentless this time in order that an aroused America may be kept informed. We take you now to Manila.
This is Coach Allen, hoping to Manila. Down here at the famous Manila Hotel.
Taký potop taky, ty vole, co si sereš úplně.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Ruder
0 Grad.
Tak taky potopit. A mizíme.
Rohr 4, los, Aal ist im Wasser.
Mizíme.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder hart Steuerbord.
And this is a morning of peace and serenity, the type that we usually have had for at least 42 years in
To bude bolet. To bude.
The palm trees are blowing gently in the breeze, not a thing to count on. The palm trees are still here, by the way, Don. Yes, out of all the palms we have last year. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we still have palm trees. I suppose you folks in America know that Manila did undergo a severe air raid last night. However, the damage was so great, we understand that 7 hours
Máme splněno.
underwent one of those air raids which has been characterizing the past 24 hours in the Philippines. Now, I think that it would be a very good idea for us to bring up a few folks here, since this is simply a personality broadcast. We would like some of you people back in the United States to understand how the civilians and the other folks here in Manila are taking this particular war that we have now. Now, for example, we have a young fellow here with us who is a typical Filipino. What do you know him? Who's great Greg Paulson? Jose Trafalgar. You've lived in Manila all your life? Oh, yes. Oh, you have? Right. Well, what did you think of last night's activity? Well, last night for air raid is not so severe or not, but I think the morale of the people is still high. Where were you when the raid took place?
Trefa. Jedna. První. No. Mizíme. Mizíme.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Ruder
0 Grad.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Gehen wieder auf Kurs, Herr Kaloin.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman we have just heard is one of the typical Filipinos who, when they went out there, here in Manila, he told you his feelings on your part. Now we're going to bring on an American. Willing, sir.
Bouchlo ti to bachale. Že zadní bychom mohli.
Have you got anything to say about last night's air raid? Well, I feel just about the way Mr. Fallen did, and I want to say one thing to the people in the street. Not to worry about us out here. Our slogan out here has been
Snad to vyjde. Co je? Ty zbytek nic? To netrefil? Moment. Ja.
Rohr 5, los, Aal ist im Wasser.
To zbytek? To zbytek. Nic asi. Funguje.
From the National Broadcasting Company newsroom in San Francisco, we bring you the NBC's expert on Far Eastern affairs, Upton Cloak.
Hello, Americans. On the evening of the first day of declared war with Japan, let's take a glimpse over the moonlit Pacific. About 7,000 miles wide, southern sector. About 3,000 miles wide to Pau. About 8,000 miles from Japan around the coast of Asia to India. Beginning this war picture, let's say that we're very thankful that we've had no news of any surprises at such an important point, for instance. Apparently it's all right. The question is nothing will happen. You may be sure the American forces that something does. In Honolulu we have news that things are quiet. Although the sound of guns is perhaps there's a naval battle going on not far from the coast. The connecting islands, which we've used, we get from Honolulu to the Philippines, apparently are under Japanese control. They claim they have them under their flag, and they're boasting about it. We don't know about that. Anyhow, Japanese fleet seems to be at the moment supreme in that area. Two actions that seem to be of greatest importance right now are the actions around Hong Kong, where the British are being very hard pressed. 3 attacks have been made on Hong Kong by air, and now an infantry attack is beginning on Hong Kong from the mainland of China. You know, Hong Kong is a little island that runs up to a peak about 3,000 feet high, and this cone, which sits in the blue ocean, is separated from the mainland of China by just a short stretch of water. You get on the ferry and go across to what's called Kowloon. It only takes about 3 minutes or 5 on the ferry. This Kowloon area extends back a mile or 2, and then you hit the Chinese border. The Japanese are pressing from Chinese territory, that is coming down from Canton, which they have occupied for a long time, and fighting their way through the Kowloon settlement, which is also occupied, owned by the British in a sense. And from there, of course, they will try to...
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
The narrow strip of water...
Alle Maschinen stopp!
Tam bude síť.
So far, show no indication of any intention to give in. Then there's another important action we don't know so much about yet going on around Singapore. I've often talked to you about the importance of the Kra Isthmus. The Isthmus of Kra is that narrow place, you look on your map and you'll see it, on the Malay Peninsula, where the peninsula is perhaps about 25 miles wide. I've walked across it sometimes. The eastern shore of the isthmus belongs to Siam. This is a strip of it there. And on the other side, you hit the southern end of Burma. It's a very strategic point. Just south of the Isthmus of Kra are the great tin mines of Kuala Lumpur. And on up the Burma Way, a little way, you come to the great English port of Penang, which is the center of English power in South Burma.
then of course you go down, day and a night drive by
Tam vzadu taky nic.
on that beautiful road and you come to Singapore. We're also told that the Japanese are pressing over the marshy country of the naval base can hardly be entered from the west side, or the east side rather, and the west side is protected by a great fort. And so the news bears out that the Japanese are not making very much progress on this Singapore section. We still wonder what the main Japanese strategy is. Are they simply putting up this huge hit-and-run effort to battle it, waiting for some masterstroke to take place, perhaps to come from Germany, or perhaps to take place from the main Japanese fleet which has to get itself, or the thing that we're to watch for. Let's keep alert.
From the San Francisco newsroom, you've just heard from NBC's expert on the Far Eastern affairs and the Pacific, Upton Close. To New York.
Neproletěla svině. Jak ne, tam dvě hoří.
Now here's Earl Godwin speaking from the newsroom in Washington.
Co?
Walk downtown this evening with thoughts that the civil Washington is going about its biggest, busiest Christmas shopping with the population
Máme dvě.
extra scores of thousands of new people
Trump a
who stand here for defense, but who will
5000 tun. Co tihle vypadněte? To chci ještě. Ten hovno. Tomuto. Jde po nás? Nejde. Tanker? Kde vole? Kde je tanker? Je ho dáme, jo. Je to? Tu je volna. Je tam? Nic není, ne? Zkusíme tankera, ty vole. Medium cargo a to je co za sračku. Tanker, vole. Dělej, vole. Minuta 20.
But there are those here in Washington, not only in private life, but in official life, who want to know why that Japanese surprise attack was a surprise, and why so apparently. There have been rumors, mere rumors, wild rumors, loud rumors.
Naproti dvě mola.
A very high naval officer in the
Molo.
would be or has been relieved of duty. There's not the slightest evidence that
Molo. Možná vyjde. Možná se toto doletí. Dělej trombo.
Who will tomorrow in the House of Representatives demand that there be an inquiry of a court-martial nature of high military and naval officers to find out why it all happened. The Army and Navy, says Dingell, were caught off guard with not sound sleep in the sun. Why were not our forces ranging far offshore, he wants to know, so to stave off this wide attack. And he gets out a statement, and we will follow it up tomorrow in the House, and in the statement, and possibly in what he will say in Congress tomorrow.
Rohr 5 feuerbereit, Herr Kaloy. Rohr 5, los, Aal ist im Wasser.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
Odjezd.
Attacking full force of their battle fleet, it is entirely within the realm of possibility that they would have captured the stronghold while it slumbered. I'm still quoting Mr. Dimple. The Navy seemingly tied up their battle wagons every Saturday noon in more or less routine manner and went to town until Monday morning. And when the Japanese arrived, there were not men enough to man the guns, and the Air Corps was seemingly in the same position. The American people have the right to know, and I, as a member of Congress, demand to know who is to blame. And then Dingle goes on to list a large number of high-ranking naval officials, headed by Major General H.H. Arnold, Deputy Chief of Staff, going on down to Major General Fred L. Martin, Chief of the Hawaiian Air Force, to determine guilt or innocence. In the matter of the Hawaiian Air Defenses. Now, it may be that Mr. Dingle has something there, it may not be. He certainly sort of signed me on the phone not long ago. I asked him if he thought he could get time to make this demand for a court-martial. He said, oh yes, he could get the time. And if the Army and the Navy, or the government generally, didn't see fit to follow his suggestion for a court-martial or an inquiry, Mr. Dingle says that he will introduce a resolution that the court has to be passed by both the House and the Senate demanding a court-martial. I do not believe that he's going to get to there right now because typical of the opposition is the sort of Democratic leader Senator Connolly of Texas, who says briefly, having been told of Mr. Dingle's court-martial inquiry, Connolly said we have much more important things to attend to right now. At any rate, the American operations continue. A number of Japanese planes and submarines have been destroyed, and that was the White House this morning, and it's still all day long without any
answer.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus.
I think we will probably get a nearly complete documentation of the story tomorrow evening when the Commander-in-Chief, President Roosevelt, speaks to you. The President will lay the case directly before the people in what I understand will be a 30-minute address by radio of the fireside chat.
Prozradili jsme se.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
The White House is GH3, General Headquarters for our side of the war, as far as you and I are concerned. And the President and his faithful, thoughtful, experienced Secretary, Stephen P. Early, will do the informed until further notice. Mr. Early said tonight something that makes you know that the Axis claims are a bit hopeful. You know, we've been hearing of these
Máme to.
when they affected somebody else over in Europe for a long, long time, and now we have them right on our doorstep. Steve says there's just so much about some of the stuff. He also, that is Mr. Early, again declared tonight that the official view here is that Germany pushed Japan into this war with the idea that such an engagement would defeat our land-lease aid to Britain and China and other democracies fighting against the aggressor. Well, that would seem to be reasonable. But Mr. Early brushes on the side again as just so much German hot air. Not long after that statement, the government serves notice he was supplying allocations board, Vice President Wallace James speaking, that from now on it's an all-out effort to win the war. No longer is this
Ještě letí.
under the almost worn-out term defense. It's now no longer a defense effort, it is a victory effort with a big V. And they figure tonight it's going to cost at least $150 billion. Odd bits of news appear, the whole staff of 60 people in the Japanese embassy are interned in their own house, and some enterprising reporter dug up the fact that they got $16 worth of land for the whole 60 people tonight, and that's all from Washington at this time.
We're now speaking from the NBC newsroom in New York. Here are some late war bulletins. Manila. Unconfirmed reports say that the Japanese have landed troops in the Philippines. The landing is reported on the island of Lubang, some 60 miles northwest of Manila. The same unconfirmed report says the Japanese gained full control of the island and its main town. also named Lubang. Prior to the outbreak of war, numerous Japanese fishermen are known to have entered the Philippines illegally and established themselves on Lubang and several other smaller islands farther south. The invaders are said to have made their landing in the early morning hours. Lubang Island is mountainous, provides easy hideouts for potential fish colonists. But there are no landing fields there. But we repeat, the landing report has not been confirmed.
Možná.
Washington.
To vypadá.
All members of the American consulate staff and the international settlement of
Chuja. Nic.
are safe and well. The news comes from the State Department. The Japanese have closed the American consulate general. The 24 American consular officers in Shanghai and 2 other American officials are, at the request of the Japanese, living in the Proto hotel.
Do prdele.
Other members of the staff are
Taky
to
kus.
remain in their homes.
Taky kus.
The Japanese say that all United States officers will be treated in accordance with international law and on the basis of reciprocity.
Targada? Do Afriky, vole.
War is
To
hit
není?
broadcasting on the Pacific coast. 4 radio stations in Spokane went off the air tonight for an indefinite period on orders from the 2nd Air Force Command at Fort George Wright. The 4 stations ceased broadcasting at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. The order applies to all radio stations in Washington, Oregon, and Eastern Idaho.
To už dáme, ne? Jo, no. Nás budou.
San Francisco Bay Area went off the air at 9:15 Eastern Standard
Nikdo.
Up in Canada, military
Prosíme.
authorities announced that the entire Pacific coast of Canada will be blacked out from dusk to dawn.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ausblasen! Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus!
Už jsme se prozradili.
Schiff gesichtet.
The Guatemalan government has just declared war on Japan, and Mexico and Colombia broke off diplomatic relations with the Japs tonight. Already certain nations are involved in the fight.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Deckgeschütz besetzen. Flaks besetzen.
City announced that she will be representative of the continent of the 21 American republics called by the United States to discuss the Japanese challenge.
My to tam mohli ještě pojebat dělem. To neprošlo. To jsou děla. Nebo jo?
Ruder hart Steuerbord!
No, jebe to tam. Jebe.
Alle Maschinen stopp!
Zkusíme, no, zkusíme.
Ruder 0 Grad.
Už to lítá, ne? Dolů. Dolů. Už to lítá.
Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus. Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus. Seerohrtiefe.
Auf Tauchstationen! Untertriebszelle wird geflutet! Alle Entwicklungen klar!
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Gehen wieder auf Kurs, Herr Kaloin.
Derzeitige Tiefe 1-0.
Co děláš ty kurze? Takhle.
Columbus, Ohio. There is no longer any Mikado room at the Fort Hayes Hotel in Columbus. The management changed the name of its dine and drink spot to the Mandarin Room. The Chinese
Že bych se vynořil. Cvičení, vole.
Chinese consul in Los Angeles explained the plan tonight.
Ausblasen!
Střílí. Se netrefí, jsou kují. To jsou kují. Nic se netrefí. Je ten kokot.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Deckgeschütz besetzen. Flaks besetzen.
Už to lítá. Bacha. Kde je kulomet? Tady máš Ameriko. Na srdci. Do prdele. Dolů. Kokot.
Rumpf beschädigt, Herr Kaloin.
Auf Tauchstationen.
Oh, ich
Das Boot ist beschädigt, Herr Kaloin.
Hilfe. Rückwärts.
Vorne unten 15. Hinten 10.
Pryč. Volale.
Das Boot ist beschädigt, Herr Kaloin.
Elektrika zatopená. Jo. Vychuj. Jsem pojebal sám.
Derzeitige Tiefe 1-0.
Máme dírku. No právě do. Jsem raněn. Kolik mrtvých? Doktor je tu? Doktor je tu.
Nicht genug Besatzung an den E-Maschinen, Herr Kaloin.
Chlapti a pluj.
Street lights have gone out in San Francisco. A bulletin just handed us. Up in Victoria, British Columbia, they have just had a preliminary air raid warning. The warning, known as the yellow message, was flashed by the British Columbia protection officers of each of the units. The warning calls for an alert as a preliminary to the alarm sounded by sirens. And here's another bulletin from British Columbia. A complete blackout of coastal British Columbia and the lower mainland was ordered tonight. The warning was the precaution, was a precaution.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Vyzýve.
Ausblasen!
Máme 3, no. 2. Malé vlasti.
Schiff gesichtet.
Dělej, přijdej. Jsou ti chují. Diesel byla jedem. Máte kdo teď? Plné kule. O do prdele. Už zase začíná.
Neue Tiefe 7 Meter.
Trošku níž. Trošku níž, vole. Tak nás nevidí. No, tak to stačí. Diesel jede? Jo. To už netrefí. Jsou to chují.
The next bad news came from Shanghai, which is a practically defenseless city now, with the United States Marines gone
and the local defense forces stripped down
Fucking Pines, United States.
Japanese apparently attacked
Aha,
Shanghai, shelling and machine gunning the bombs and occupying the main waterfront.
Dáme, ne?
They are reported to have sunk
Jak jsi skročil kokot.
and taken over the American gunboat Wake, which was in a partially
Neboj se,
decommissioned,
je ten kulomet.
acting as a communications contact for the
Ní
American
vole?
consulate in Shanghai. There should be little trouble in taking over the
Je
international
tam jako
settlement
šťaška.
if the Japanese have not already done so. They probably have. That means that 2,000 or 3,000 Americans are stranded there, unable to get out.
Je tam, výborně.
What's happening in Shanghai? From Shanghai itself.
Kde ho střílí tam?
When word first came to
Tam,
Manila
tam, tam.
that Honolulu that was apparently due to an erroneous
Tam, tam, tam.
report is not true.
Tam je.
But things have been moving very General Douglas MacArthur, head of the United States Army, in the middle of the night, well before dawn, Far East are on alert and in a welter of action. Where landings might be affected are reinforced according to plans laid long ago. Issued a calming statement telling the Filipino populace not to lose their heads
A sakra.
and
Koup.
turn into the
Kdo se
country,
chce koupat?
taking roads and highways
Já to
that the
koupím.
military
Kdo to
needs
spraví?
for its own use. General MacArthur commanded the populace
Já
to
ho.
poise and
Se
self-control
je
during
trefilíra.
uncertainty and anxiety here. And in a statement he said,
Das Boot ist beschädigt, Herr Kaloin.
Pohodě. Máme hasák, vole. Jo, takhle.
each individual should continue with fortitude his usual routine
Když si hajzlu,
prepared to carry out with promptitude such directions as the authorities may order. These orders will be for the security and well-being of the people. The military is on the alert, and every possible defense measure is being undertaken.
co
My
to tu
message
je?
is one of serenity and confidence. End point.
Jméno 2 kulomety?
Then General MacArthur made another move.
Ale přežil.
With the consent of President Kennedy,
Angličan.
the Civilian Emergency Administration,
Američan? Toho jsem chtěl.
a Filipino-operated agency for
A tu je bacha.
of the civilian populace,
Angličan.
has
Američan.
now been made responsible to the headquarters of General MacArthur.
Proč se mu nejebdou?
CEA officials are now reporting in, and measures for the stability
Suchuji. Ale jsem potopil. Ten přežil. Co to je za sračku? Co to je?
The news broke here too late for the regular editions of the papers. People got up and went about their business as usual. The news finally percolated
Naproti je loďka.
community, and floods of telephone calls came to newspaper offices and government offices, wondering if it was true that the United States was at war with
Máme
Japan.
čas. Či daleko?
I have just passed a whole schoolyard of children doing their morning exercise. The town looks fairly normal. Planes are overhead. A large group of them just went by at this moment, headed north from Nichols Field. They are American planes guarding against attack. The Navy is likewise on its toes.
Jiří.
Admiral Charles Wright,
commander-in-chief of the Asiatic fleet gave out word that hostilities had opened with an attack on Pearl Harbor and
Mizíme ze spádu Karpova. Trumpa.
was in laconic comment on that state of affairs. We Pan American Airways clipper route
Kokotov.
runs directly
Už jsme tam.
across the zone of hostilities.
Skoro pryč.
Starts at San Francisco, goes to Honolulu, Midway, Wake, Guam and the
Střelec
Philippines,
je. Je
then on to
připraven.
China or Singapore. The manager of Pan American Airways Manila office
Elektrika
says they
stará.
have westbound clipper at Wake Island, but none others in the trouble zone, and none at Honolulu.
Máme?
There has been no time to check on what is happening at the clipper bases on Wake and Midway. A reliable source in Manila reports that the Japanese have an air base about 1,000 miles south of Wake in the South Pacific. It would be a long trip to bomb Hawaii from there, but if they turn over big bombers,
Jede přímo na
it
nás?
could have happened. Manila at first wondered when its turn is coming. They noted the phraseology of the Tokyo announcement about a state of war in the Western Pacific. This is more properly the Western Pacific.
Potopíme,
That
nevadí.
was the region around Hawaii. Let me repeat, there have been no bombings in Manila yet. We don't know what to expect. Japan is full of surprise.
Nemá jak nás potopit, že ne? Nebo
But the Philippines is also at war.
má jenom 4 kulomety.
Planes from the Air Command are scouting continuously over the coastlines and over central Luzon
Doufám.
to intercept any possible attacks from any direction that Japan might undertake. We have just received word that fully
Chodí furt tu, ty bílí.
the cable company here found its line cut, and then word came along that bombers were
Už to začíná.
at 6:45 a.m.
Seerohrtiefe.
The next word came
Das Boot ist beschädigt, Herr Kaloin.
Plačky.
Vorne unten 15. Hinten 10.
Není, v pohodě. Kecalista, vole.
Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
Stealth. A už neví, kde jsme. Vy. Ještě níž. Kousek níž.
Neue Tiefe
1,4
Meter.
To dobře, ten kokot.
Of all that we are and all that we still hope to be, of a way of life which we have made for ourselves on free and independent soil, the only way of life which we believe to be worth living.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
In this solemn hour, the first thought of every American will be of his
A už neví, kde jsme.
The drunken men that have no doubts have spoken. That union, in face of peril, which was grievously lacking, was at
Bateries?
hand. How to cooperate. What
Baterka?
must
Co
we
s
do to raise
baterkou?
the flag that protects us all becomes the instinctive thought of every citizen. The attack itself, an
Intact
act of
is
complete
here.
aggression committed while Japanese envoys
Co s
were actually in
baterkou?
discussion with our State Department, and the President's message lay before the Emperor, came as a dismaying shock. Because Americans do not themselves take such action, it is difficult for them to conceive of the mind which instinctively acts without thought of law or honor. But if the manner of the aggression was a surprise, the fact that this nation at last finds itself at grips with Japan will hold no corresponding
Wszystko
astonishment.
funguje.
The battle is on. It cannot stop in the Pacific until Japanese militarism has been ended for all time. It cannot stop in Europe until the powerful evil of Nazi militarists has been equally destroyed and their captives freed.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
The maneuver of the Japanese attack was designed
Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
Aha. To neslyší.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Tak nás neslyší. Zajímavé.
We know that we state no more than the simple truth when we declare that this war against our enemies, wherever they may be, will be fought to a victorious
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Schleichfahrt.
energy the last resource and the last ounce of determination of every American man and woman.
Chicago Daily News. Today, the United States is at war. We write these words in sorrow. We write them also with a sense undoubtedly shared by a vast number of Americans, not exactly of relief at this tragic ending of the long nerve strain to which we have been subjected, but of deep faith that all is somehow for the best. We have tried in every reasonable way to avoid what has happened. At the hands of both Hitler and Japan, we've been patient and long suffering. Thanks now to Japan, the deep division of opinions that has rent and partly paralyzed our country will be swiftly healed. It cannot be otherwise. Once more, we shall be a united people, firm in a single determination to maintain our liberties by the complete and utter defeat of our foes.
Chicago Tribune. War has been forced on America by an insane clique of Japanese militarists. Thus, the thing we had all feared, that so many of us have worked with all our hearts to avert, has happened. America faces war through no volition of any American. Recriminations are useless, and we doubt that they will be indulged in. All that matters today is that we are in war, and the nation must face that simple fact.
The Chicago Sun. War to the death through Japanese and German militarism, or to the death of the United States of America. All that Roosevelt foresaw, feared, and fought against, all that lesser men refused to fear because they could not see, has come to pass. A thing of evil that is abroad and in the world has coiled its ugly body and struck.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Japan has struck at America, cloaking words of peace in deeds of war and vengeance. Let no one think that this is a one-ocean war, a one-handed war, or a war with one nation only. We have been struck by the Weltschlange, the world serpent, its head in Germany and its tail in Japan. I offer you blood and tears, said Winston Churchill. God willing, and every one of us doing his duty, the American people will make it blood and tears and victory.
Washington, D.C. Post. With a blinding flash, the true inwardness of the world crisis now stands revealed for the American people. This was never an intra-European war. It was intended from the beginning as a world war, and America was marked out as the final object of attack. This newspaper has gone on that assumption since Hitler and the Italians leagued themselves with the Japanese. It would be fantastic folly to think of the Japanese engaging in their cosmic adventure alone. On that assumption, thank heaven, all our defense plans have been prepared. Our America, our hour having struck, will go on in the march, and there will be no rest until victory has been secured. This is our rendezvous with destiny.
We enter the conflict, which has
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Neue Tiefe 1-4.
We know we shall have to pay a high price for our freedom, but we also know that we shall be able to account.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Neue Tiefe 1-5.
Ještě můžeme. Aid to Britain and other nations, now beating back Hitler and his allies in Europe.
The Boston Globe. So we are at war. We are at war with an opponent whose blustering ambitions have rightly taken him into partnership with Hitler. We are at war in defense of our territories which have been attacked, of our sovereignty which has been challenged, and of the principles of fair dealing in the Pacific which we have sought to maintain during more than a century. United as never before, conscious of the dimensions of our task, we will meet this challenge, nor will we halt until the principles which Japanese brigandage in the Pacific has outraged have been vindicated.
The Philadelphia Record. In the fateful moment of decision, our government was seeking peace. Japan was bombing American territory. History will keep these facts straight in the future. Let us keep them straight in our minds now. From this moment on, ours must be a resolve by a united people to meet this challenge, to give Japan what she's asked for, and in unlimited measure.
Cincinnati Enquirer. Fortunately, we begin this long-anticipated war with powerful naval, air, and land forces at hand, with strong allies in Britain, China, Holland, and probably Russia. It is a war we can win and shall win, but we must not imagine it will be easy. The fury with which the Japanese struck yesterday is proof enough that it will be a long and costly struggle.
The unprovoked action by Japan ends, of course, all conflict in the United States. As one man, recreants will be negligible. America leaps today to the task imposed.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
the fact that by the effort of the past year and a half, we find ourselves by no means unready for the trial ahead.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus!
Že nemá to na lože. Jinak jsme v dupě.
To meet the challenge wherever it exists, including all the oceans, gradually to make our arms prevail over there. It's not going to be a picnic, but here the job is. It's got to be done, however long it takes, however difficult it be, whatever setbacks occur before the final result is achieved.
The Akron, Ohio Beacon Journal. The United States government uses every honorable means at its command to avoid war.
Teď bych ho rozstřílel.
Thirsty and incredibly treacherous Japanese would not be restrained. Patiently, and at the end desperately, the United States tried to save Japan from its madness, but Japan replied with bombs. Without warning or provocation, Japan hurled an attack that obviously had been planned long and carefully. Now the United States must destroy Japan as a military power. For 10 years, beginning with the invasion of Manchuria, Japan has been getting away with aggression. That era is over. The Japanese militarists have sealed their doom. The Providence, Rhode Island General Bulletin.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus!
The United States was appealing directly to the divine emperor himself for peace in the Pacific. The Japanese militarists struck at our great bases in Hawaii, spilling the blood of America.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Kleine Fahrt voraus!
Mr. Roosevelt's plea. The attack upon Hawaii forced the decision of war, from which His Majesty could not retreat. It may indeed well have been the put the emperor in that position. It was a suicidal undertaking of the militarists by its very character, but it had the end result with which they wanted: war with the United States and Great Britain.
The Portland, Maine Press Herald. It is the United States.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin!
His satellites and stooges. If the Congress has the guts an American Congress ought to have.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus!
It will recognize verities. It will declare war upon every enemy of peace and decency. We must not only furnish the tools, we ourselves must help finish the job.
The Raleigh, North Carolina News and Observer. Slipping out of the night on Sunday, the Japanese, behind the mast of negotiations still in progress, seized the value which lies in surprise. Far more important by their action, they gave America immediately the unquestioned power of absolute unity. They dramatized their own aggression and lifted to its full capacity America's determination in defense.
Jo, ví, kde jsme.
Moves in confidence toward its destiny. It includes not only victory in war, but a better world beyond it.
The Charlotte Observer. The sacrifice may be ethical and all-engulfing. The cost in national suffering and blood and misery and woe and sorrow may mount to unmeasurable proportions. But we are a gallant and resolute people who honor the ways of peace and loathe the wickedness of war, and who in an hour of such travail as this will stand by our traditions of gallantry and courage with pride and high resolution. God bless America. Palm Beach, close times.
The United States will fight the war in the only way it knows how, fearlessly, united, and with every resource at its command. Every humane and human code of our people propels us on to victory.
The Louisville Courier-Journal. War has chosen us. We shall fight to the end. And we must face the terrible truth that the end will not be found in Japan or on the wide wastes of the Pacific.
Netrefí nás, nemá nic, nemá vedle, no. Počkej, stop.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Kleine Fahrt voraus!
Já neví, kde jsme už neví. Bych byl za ním, ale...
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Ruder hart Steuerbord!
But the United States has been directly attacked. The war gauntlet has been flung in our teeth. We are at war. Let the totalitarian prophets of force and slaughter now learn how democracy can act in militant national harmony when grim issues...
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin! Ruder 0 Grad!
Dispatch. Japan, the ally of Hitler, screening her warlike intentions with a honeyed language of the diplomats, has madly issued a challenge which the American people will accept with high heart and unflinching purpose. The issue is force versus reason, savagery versus civilization. In New Orleans, time
Už nás, no, už nás vidí kokot.
do not shrink from the conflict forced upon them. The Congress will make manifest the national decision and resolve when the President presents the case for congressional action.
The Portland, Oregon Journal. Among most Americans, there was a feeling, along with the horror and anger experienced over Japan's unprovoked attack, of something akin to relief. Wrong was the feeling of insecurity, of fallibility, of irresolution. Japan had chosen war, they said. So be it. We know the worst. Now we can have an unpleasant task and have done with it.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder 0 Grad.
The hour is come when there must be unity in the United States in all walks of life. We have only one objective left, the defeat of the aggressor nations in the defense of democracy.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
The cause of Japan's suicidal attack upon the Pearl Harbor Naval Base and other military objectives in Hawaii is as inexplicable as the Oriental mind which prodded it. The effect is clear. It is war.
Do hloubky.
The United States has no choice.
Krouží.
Japan now is probably not the dupe of Nazi Germany. The enigma is what she does expect to gain unless it be release, however costly, from an impossible position.
San Francisco Examiner. There is only one kind of American now, the kind who is willing and glad and without equivocation or reservation in his steadfast and dutiful support of his country, his president and his government. There is only one
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Gehen wieder auf Kurs, Herr Kaloin.
historic American spirit, which makes ordeals and tribulations the very source with which we defend and perpetuate the
Že by
right
někdo,
of our
to je ono,
There is only one goal for
masonář,
us now.
to je kokot.
Winning of a war we did not want and did not
Do
provoke.
prdele.
To find our inexhaustible wealth of manpower, materials, production, and labor solidly supporting the armed forces of the nation. There must be and is an end now of all domestic
Víš, co to je zase tady za bordel?
politics and economics and all else. So the war is over and won. We are all Americans now, united and strong and invincible. We have a common and just American cause to serve and support. Let all Americans have one purpose, the successful conclusion of this unwanted war as soon as possible, and the restoration of the peace we desire, and the resumption of our orderly democratic way of life. Let all Americans be Americans in every thought and act, in the high spirit of their fathers, and with faith in the destinies of their beloved country and its cherished flag.
The San Francisco Chronicle. By the act of Japan, America is at war. The time for debate is past, and the time for action is now. That action must be united and unanimous.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Whether being parties,
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
America is an army with every man and woman and
No
child
máme
and soldier
čas.
in it, all joined to the one end of victory. We cannot know how long this war will last, how wide it will range, what it will cost us in toil and sacrifice and in treasure. We do know
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Schleichfahrt.
and that our reward will be to hand down to our children the free America which our fathers bequeathed to America.
On nás vidí kokot.
No comment on war with Japan makes sense unless coupled with war in Europe. There are two powerful parties in Japan. One belongs to Hitler, led by military...
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Alle Maschinen, stopp.
Už nemá bomby.
Nevertheless, that party was anxious to make peace with us and Great Britain. Hitler had to stop that. His one hope was to engineer this sudden war between us and Japan.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Japan has asked for it. Now she's going to get it. 10 years on our part to preserve peace in the Pacific. 10 years of insolent trickery and treaty breaching on hers came to their simultaneous and grimly appointed ends when the first of friendship-professing Tokyo's bombs fell without warning, literally from the blue, on Honolulu and Manila at dawn yesterday. It was the act of a mad dog, a gangster's parody of every principle of international honor, and a self-signed death sentence murderous savagery among enlightened governments. In its every aspect save one, the act of Japan is a perfect replica of its monstrous Hitlerian model.
The Hollywood Citizen News. The Japanese challenge means Japan's certain defeat and a new day for the Pacific. To be engaged with Japan at this time may for a while restrict our efforts against Hitler. But when Japan's threat is eliminated, the finish of Hitler also will be certain.
Dělo, ne, vole.
And now, an analysis by William L.
Já bych ho rozstřílel
Senator Tom Connolly, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, said tonight on the way to the White House that the Japanese attacks on the United States possessions soon may result in open warfare between this nation and
Tam mají kulomety, úrovy.
Japan's unprovoked attack on this country today had thrown us into war not only with the Japanese, but with their dominant ally, Germany. In other words, as many far-sighted people have been saying for some time, this is a gigantic world war between the Axis nations, Germany, Italy, Japan, on the one hand, and the rest of the world,
Ví, kde jsme,
Great Britain, Russia, and the United States on the other.
Šmejte,
And it's obvious now, Japanese,
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin!
which has provoked this Japanese
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
Já musím rozstřílet.
on a Hitler victory. What Japan has done today in beginning hostilities against the United States
Přidat plyn?
began to play her role in the Axis attempt to conquer the world.
Blbost.
Or had the Japanese militarists not believed that Germany would soon conquer Russia and then liquidate Great Britain, it's very doubtful if they would have acted as they had done. What is amazing to the American mind is that Tokyo should gamble on a Hitler victory at a moment when Russia has shown that she is far from beaten and the British Empire is stronger than it has been at any time since the war began. However, that is the business of the Japanese, not of ours. It's their gamble. To be sure, Japan's active war against the United States today will benefit Hitler for the moment. It will mean for the moment that we can send fewer planes, tanks, and guns to Russia and Britain and even China. It will mean that we will have to concentrate most of our naval power in the Pacific, giving Hitler a further advantage in his much bogged-down war in the Atlantic. These things benefit Hitler for the moment, but there are other things which work the opposite way. The first is, this country, which was not unified on the question of going to war with the Axis, has been unified since about 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. Indeed, the only dissenting note came from Senator Nye, who was quoted by the United Press as blaming the Japanese attack on the British. But Senator Wheeler did not take that line. He said, the only thing now is to do our best to lift hell out of them. We face Japan and perhaps the rest of the Axis tomorrow, then a unified nation, which will now turn all of its great resources and abilities
Teď bych ho potopil. Točí.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Alle Maschinen stopp.
What will Germany do for Japan? Well, what can she do? She's cut off from the Far East by thousands of miles of land and water. On the land, the Russian army has her blocked. On the sea, the Allied Navy. Germany can be of no direct help to Japan. The Japanese must fight alone in the Far East, opposed by the United States, Britain, China, the Dutch, and Russia.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
It's a very important matter. For Russia alone possesses the air bases from which bombers can flatten out flammable cities and her industrial bases. If we could use Vladivostok as a bomber base beginning tonight, it would be of tremendous value to us. Or if our bombers flying...
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ausblasen! Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus!
Jestli to vyjde. Tak to asi nevyjde. Nás rozděbe hned. Dělej, vole, nahoru.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Deckenschutz besetzen. Flachs besetzen.
Střílej po něm, kurva.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder hart Steuerbord.
Dělej, vole. Beru ho.
Das Boot ist beschädigt, Herr Kaloin.
Výborně.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Ruder
0 Grad.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Auf Bewaffnung zielen.
Das Boot ist beschädigt, Herr Kaloin.
Střílej, blbče. Já chci taky.
Schiff gesichtet. Lage 9-9. Große
Das
Entfernung.
Boot ist beschädigt, Herr Kaloin.
Schiff gesichtet. Lage 1-2-6. Große Entfernung.
Das Boot ist beschädigt, Herr Kaloin.
Že je plodom. Čauky, mňauky. Kokotí hlavo.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Gehen wieder auf Kurs, Herr Kaloin.
Pohodě. Jak to vypadá? A kurva fix. Máme dal třetího, čtvrté patro, kterého. Máme další vole. Dneska 3, 4, dneska 4, ne, 3. To bylo ráno, a takže 4, jo. Takže 4. Máme tě v dubě. Mizíme. Ze spáru Trumpa.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Flak besetzen.
Načerpat. A pryč.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
This is CBS in America calling Honolulu. Go ahead, Honolulu. We should like to now try to call in Manila, the capital of the Philippine Commonwealth. Go ahead, Manila. This is CBS in America calling Manila. Go ahead, Manila. This is CBS in America calling Manila. Go ahead. We regret that we are unable to contact either Honolulu or Manila. We return you now to William L. Shirer in New York.
we will hope later to be able to bring you direct reports from both Honolulu and Manila.
It appears that whatever military advantage may have been gained by the early attacks on Hawaii, possibly Manila, Singapore, and Shanghai, and we do not know yet much about the military operations there, but whatever advantage the Japanese may have gained appears to have been outweighed by the political drawbacks of this sudden and unexpected attack just at a moment when President Roosevelt, by his appeal to the Emperor of Japan, had clearly indicated his desire to reach a peaceful settlement if at all possible. An indication of the reaction of those who have hitherto opposed the administration's foreign policy is the statement of Senator Wheeler, as quoted by the Associated Press.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
The only thing to do now
Tiefer unter Kiel ist 1, 2.
The world today. The Columbia Broadcasting System now presents a summary of news to this moment on the war with Japan and other world fighting fronts, reports by CBS correspondents in the war zones, direct by Trans-Pacific and Transatlantic shortwave radio, and the minute-by-minute developments as received by Columbia's newsroom here in New York. Tonight, John Daly will call in Albert Warner from Washington and Bob Trout from London, and we will take you to the West Coast for direct reports from the Pacific war zones. And now, John Daly. First, the highlights from the war news before taking you to Washington for the direct report on important developments there. Berlin reports Japanese troops across Thailand's border and have started to drive on the Silk Road. The report that Japanese troops have landed on Lubang Island in the Philippines is not confirmed. The island of Guam is reported still in American hands. Manila has had new air raid alarms, but no bombings are reported, and it's believed fifth column action may have been responsible. The latest CBS message from Honolulu says Hawaii is calm and morale high. The latest claims of the Japanese High Command reported in propaganda broadcasts from Tokyo describe destructive air raids on Malaya and a land attack on both Singapore and the British colony of Hong Kong. But the British say all these attacks are being resisted successfully. No confirmation yet whether the Nazis intend to declare war on the United States or whether Hitler will address the Reichstag as rumor. Russia seems to be doing better in the Moscow front, and Berlin makes no claims at all. Those are the highlights in the news for this moment. Now to our national capital for the report of Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
The State Department announces that a considerable body of Mexican troops will pass through the United States beginning tomorrow to reinforce the defense in California. This is a striking instance of operation of two-spirit defense, the Department of Defense. The President chooses to bring Germany squarely into the center of the picture of world aggression. In his address to the people at 10 o'clock tonight, telling of the war with Japan, his theme will be the Nazi pattern. This afternoon, by proclamation, the President classified Germans and Italians as well as Japanese in this country as enemy aliens. The President proclaimed an invasion is threatened on the territory of the United States by Germany. The Attorney General has rounded up 1,500 enemy aliens, and a third of them are Germans or Italians. There would be no surprise here that Germany declared war. The President of the Defense Board staff is on an all-out. Their program includes planned operations 7 full days a week, building of still more plants. Their program includes also a 50% cut in civilian use of all metals. But in foodstuffs, there will be no shortage, the President told us at his press conference, nor in lipstick. The President is considering calling a national conference of labor and management for a voluntary program of cooperation. Vice President Wallace was asked if the new Victory production program would involve an expenditure of $150 billion. He said, "We are not discussing details." Official quarters wave aside the air raid scare on the Atlantic coast as a phony, but there is the utmost seriousness in the search for a Japanese airplane carrier in the Pacific. The House Military Affairs Committee rushes favorable report on the bill to let all American soldiers be sent anyway. Both Senate and House debate the conduct of the war. There is criticism of Navy Secretary Knox and the Navy Command for the blows suffered in Hawaii. The House Naval Committee requests Knox and Admiral
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
before it tomorrow. But Chairman Vincent told the House this is no time to rock the boat. There was a narrower entrance and a closer scrutiny for the newsman going to the President's press conference. In a gray striped suit and his cigarette holder clenched in his teeth, the President waited patiently. What were the Secret Service men doing? Frisking us, he asked. He told of news from General MacArthur in the Philippines of a Japanese bombing attack on Clark Field. He discuss the problem of information. There must be two conditions on its disclosure, he said. First, that it be accurate. 7 seconds, that in giving it out, it does not give aid and comfort to the enemy. Someone asked, does that mean no bad news is to be given out, but the president merely stuck to his formula? Chinese newspapermen are having a hard time. One appeared at the White House with a sign in big letters on his coat lapel. It read, Chinese reporter, not Japanese, please. We return you now to New York.
And now for the news of the Far East, we take you to San Francisco. There's a ruling of this digging in San Francisco. San Francisco experienced the first taste of air raid warning last night. With a second and a third alarm sounded during the night, San Franciscans seem to have become used to living in a city at war. Today, people seem to be going about their business as usual, except that the conversations in restaurants and street corners concern the latest reports of Japan's attack in the Pacific, and people talk proudly about how they have remained calm through the night. A few minutes ago, the mayor of the city held a meeting of all civilian defense authorities in his office, and arrangements were made to broadcast air raid warnings over all radio stations in this area before they go off the air in the event of emergency. Instructions for air raid precaution were announced. People are to remain in their houses, stay off the street wherever possible. Motorists hearing air raid alarms are to pull their cars to the curb, turn out the auto lights and go to the nearest shelter. Householders were instructed to keep bags of sand around the house and keep bathtubs filled with water and keep garden hoses connected to faucets, just in case. At the meeting, Lieutenant General DeWitt, commanding the 4th Army of the United States, announced that last night's blackout of San Francisco was unsatisfactory. Death and destruction at any moment is now a possibility.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
As far as this coast is concerned. Last night's air
Derzeitige Tiefe 1-0.
Draftees who once sought exemption now are clamoring to get into use.
Derzeitige Tiefe 2-0.
Automobiles and elaborate motion picture and sound equipment.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. 1/3 Fahrt voraus.
American Anzac Clipper, with its crew of 11 men, has landed safely this afternoon.
Derzeitige Tiefe 3-0.
The captain of the ship, Captain Harry Turner, related that he had landed his 17 passengers, including
Derzeitige Tiefe 4-0.
and his aide used.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
We left California on December the 6th for Singapore via Honolulu.
Derzeitige Tiefe 5-0.
Honolulu Sunday morning.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Alle Maschinen stopp.
That unidentified planes were attacking Honolulu. The passengers did not know what was happening, but were advised after we landed. They were comfortable at the hotel, and then they listened to President Roosevelt's speech. The Clipper then was refueled with some 4,300 gallons.
Derzeitige Tiefe 6-0.
11 boarded the ship, and we returned to San Francisco without incident. Word has just come that some 91 Japanese, 60 German, and 16 Italian nationals have been taken into custody in Northern California by the FBI. And instructions have come from...
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
...will be admitted to American citizenship until further notice. At this time, we will attempt to call in our correspondent from Batavia. This is CBS in San Francisco calling...
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Schleichfahrt.
Go ahead, Batavia.
Hello, CBS.
Czerwone.
Wally speaking from Batavia, Java.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Blackout passed quietly and without incident.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. 1/3 Fahrt voraus.
Two cars were to be seen on the street. Apparently, people had gone out for a drive last evening just to see how it felt to be driving around Batavia in a darkness filled with grim possibilities. They found out, and now only those who have to be abroad creep slowly down the darkened avenues in cars with shaded head on tail lights. Taxis in the capital city are at a premium. Anticipating more, everyone who could afford to rent or buy a car has done so. Many cab companies discuss
discovered that they had turned into car dealers at their own prices. Those that already had automobiles are indeed the favored folk of this town. As in Holland, bicycles are tremendously popular here, but hopping along in a bit of digit darkness has its peril. Why what few cyclists that are out at night aren't all killed is beyond me. On the rear fenders. These, of course, cannot be seen as there's no beam to illuminate them. If one comes upon a pair of bikes pedaling side by side, and only a quick swerve saves car driver and cyclist from a nasty accident by inches. Yesterday I made it a point to get around to several Dutch clubs. I wanted to listen to what the Hollanders are saying and feeling among themselves. Comment was not greatly varied. Dutchmen are solidly behind Devil in the Indian War effort. They are immensely proud that their Governor General was so prompt in declaring war on Japan. This is one time we have not procrastinated on an important issue, several of the good burghers remarked. General mobilization in the Indies are rather bad words for the gathering of Dutch armies. One assumes that masses of untrained men are admitted to the kindly ministrations of drill sergeants and camp life for the first time. Here that is hardly true. Every able-bodied man in the NEI, for more than a year, has received military instruction practically and otherwise. A single week out of each month has been devoted to military The only exception is the newly conscripted Asian soldiery, which even so has had some training since being inducted into the army a few weeks ago. The John Raleigh and Batavia Java, I return you to CBS in New York.
That was a report from Batavia. This is William Winter in San Francisco, returning you to New York. Clubs reporting. Go ahead, London. London is not blinded by the fighting in the sector to the fact that there are many other sectors have recaptured Tigray in the north. And we heard that broadcast in London. In Libya, the main fighting is apparently still going on between Tobruk and Bir el Gobi. Mobile British columns are also operating toward the enemy's lines of communication west of Tobruk. But here, British action is limited by the presence at El Adam of a big enemy force of all arms. British coastal command planes attacked a large enemy supply ship off the Dutch coast and left the vessel on fire. The British National Service bill to mobilize Britain's man and woman power was read and discussed in Congress.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
But there was no vote.
Ausblasen! Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus!
Only to find that the latest war news is now being made in America. These men and women who have watched the principal nations of the world drawn into the Second World War one by one were united tonight by two emotions. The first is a keen longing to be at home in this critical period. The second is a feeling of deep disappointment. Year after year, these American reporters have roamed the world to get the true story and to send it home. And now apparently the United States has been the victim of a sudden attack, and we here have suffered heavily. American reporters feel their work has been a failure. They have told the story year after year, but their fellow Americans would not pay any attention. And that's the big story from London. The East Coast had its airways yesterday following last night's alarm from the West Coast. Before the Washington cruise was over, United States interceptor planes had flown out to sea. Naval bases were put on the alert. Shipyard workers were ordered to evacuate. Thousands of school children were sent home. Air raid sirens sounded in New York City and at other points. Then came official statements that the precautions had been merely a full-dress test of air raid defenses. While other sources had done conflicting reasons for the widespread alarm. According to one theory, which is given credence by the Associated Press, the war started with a flight to the telephone call to Army headquarters in New York. Washington, which carried the report that enemy bombers had been sighted 2 hours distant from the Atlantic coast. Following this call and possible possibly through misunderstanding, Air Force headquarters at Mitchell Field, Long Island,
Air Force, dost brté.
Later, the War Department in Washington stated the report of approaching bombers had at no time been official, but said all Air Force stations had been put on the alert because of the war emergency. And that's the world today.
The next special news broadcast will be heard over many of these stations at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and at 10 p.m. CBS will broadcast President Roosevelt wartime speech to the people of the nation. Columbia will continue to interrupt its regularly scheduled programs to bring you the latest. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My fellow Americans, the sudden criminal attacks perpetrated by the Japanese in the Pacific provide the climax of a decade of international immorality. Powerful and resourceful gangsters have banded together to make war upon the whole human race. Their challenge has now been flung at the United States of America. The Japanese have treacherously violated the long-standing peace between us. Many American soldiers and sailors have been killed by enemy action. American ships have been sunk. American airplanes have been destroyed. The Congress and the people of the United States have accepted that challenge. Together with other free peoples, we are now fighting to maintain our right to live among our world neighbors in freedom, in common decency, without fear of assault. I have prepared the full record of our past relations with Japan, and it will be submitted to the Congress. It begins with the visit of Commodore Perry to Japan 88 years ago. It ends with the visit of two Japanese emissaries to the Secretary of State last Sunday. And now, after Japanese forces had loosed their against our flag, our forces, and our citizens. I can say with utmost confidence that no Americans today are out of the enemy. The United States has pride in our peace and in our efforts through all the years toward achieving a peace in the Pacific which would be fair and honorable to every nation, large or small. And no honest person today or 1,000 years hence will be able to suppress a sense of indignation and horror at the treachery committed by the military dictators of Japan under the very shadow of the flag of peace borne by their special envoys in our midst. The course that Japan has followed for the past 10 years in Asia has paralleled the course of Hitler and Mussolini in Europe and in Africa. Today it has become far more than a parallel. It is collaboration, actual collaboration, so well calculated that all the continents of the world and all the oceans are now considered by the Axis strategists as one gigantic battlefield. In 1931, 10 years ago, Japan invaded Manchukuo without warning. In 1935, Italy invaded Ethiopia without warning. Hitler invaded Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg without warning. In 1940, Italy attacked France, and later Greece without warning. And this year, in 1941, the Axis powers attacked Yugoslavia and Greece. And they dominated the Balkans. In 1941,
Neuer Funkspruch, Herr Kaloin.
Hitler invaded Russia without warning. And now, Japan is attacking Malaya, and Thailand, and the United States without warning. It is all of one pattern. We are now in this war. We're all in it, all the way. Every single man, woman, child, the partner, the tremendous undertaking of our American
To je hvězda nebo letadlo?
Have been seized. The casualty lists of these days will undoubtedly be large. I deeply feel the anxiety of all the families of the men in our armed forces and the relatives of people in cities which have been bombed. I can only give them my solemn promise that they will get news just as quickly as possible. This government will put its trust in the stamina of the American people and will give the facts to the public just as soon as two conditions have been fulfilled. First, that the information has been definitely and officially confirmed. And second, that the release of the information at the time it is received will not prove valuable to the enemy, directly or indirectly. Most earnestly I urge my countrymen to reject all rumors. These ugly little hints of complete disaster fly too fast in wartime. They have to be examined and appraised. As an example, I can tell you frankly that until further surveys are made, I have not sufficient information to state the exact damage which has been done to our naval vessels at Pearl Harbor. Admittedly, the damage is serious, but no one can say how serious until we know how much of this damage can be repaired and how quickly the necessary repairs can be made. I cite as another example a statement made on Sunday night that a Japanese carrier had been located and sunk off the Kanalu Lov. And when you hear statements that are attributed to what they call an authoritative
Neuer Funkspruch, Herr Kaloin.
you can be reasonably sure from now on that under these war circumstances, the authoritative source is not any person in authority. Many rumors and reports which we now hear originate, of course, with enemy sources. For instance, today the Japanese are claiming that as a result of their one action against Hawaii, they have gained naval supremacy in the Pacific. This is an old trick of propaganda which has been used in times by the Nazis purposes of such fantastic claims are, of course, to spread fear and confusion among us, and to goad us into revealing military information. Our enemies are desperately anxious to obtain. Our government
Neuer Funkspruch, Herr Kaloin.
in this obvious trap, and neither will the people of the United States. It must be remembered by each and every one of us that our free and rapid communication these days must be greatly restricted in wartime. It is not possible to receive full, speedy, accurate reports from distant areas of combat. It is particularly true when naval operations are concerned. In these days of the marvels of the radio, it's often impossible for the commanders
Jeden kokot tady.
to report their activities by
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
for the very simple reason that this information would become available to the enemy and would expose their position and their plan of defense or attack. Of necessity, there will be delays in officially confirming or denying the reports of operations, but we will not hide facts from the country. If we know the facts, and if the enemy will not be aided by their discovery. For all newspapers and radio stations, all those who reach the eyes and
Shit,
ears
dear.
of the American people,
Jawohl.
I say this, you have a most grave
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Deckgeschütz besetzen. Flaks besetzen.
for the duration of this war. If you feel that your government is not disclosing enough of the truth, you have every right to say so.
Už to je křižík. Potěmkin, vole.
By official sources, you have no right in the ethics
Nevím,
of
co to je.
patriotism to deal out unconfirmed reports in such a way as to make people believe that they are gospel truth.
Svítí.
Every citizen in every walk of life shares this same responsibility. The lives of our soldiers and sailors, the whole future of this nation, depend upon the manner in which each and every
Civilní. Berek.
is obligated.
Na ní hraž.
Now a word about the recent past and the future. A year and a half has elapsed since the fall of France, when the whole world first realized the mechanized might which the Axis nations have been building up for so many years. America has used that year and a half to build its battle, knowing that the attack might be killed from all storms.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Auf Bewaffnung zielen. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Feuer über mittlere Distanz.
By sending vast quantities of our raw material to the nations of the world, still able to resist Axis aggression. Our policy rested on the fundamental truth that the defense of any country,
Americká.
Hitler or Japan, was in the long run the defense of
Aha.
our own country.
Nemá výzbroj. Výborně.
That policy has been justified. It has given us time, invaluable time, to build our American assembly lines of production. Assembly lines are now in operation. Others are being rushed to completion. A steady stream of tanks and planes, guns, ships, shells, equipment. That is what these 18 months have given us. But it is all only a beginning of what still has to be done. We must be set to take a long war against traffic
křižník Potěmkin. Například. Kraku Potěmkin. Oni sama.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Auf Wasserlinie zielen. Kokot. Už jdu. Přidej, vole. Jde víc. Spí, vole. Spí. Pustu. Už je pryč. Potěmkin, pojď.
In their individual living to they will cheerfully help to pay a large part of its financial cost while it goes on. I am sure they will cheerfully give up those material things that they are asked to give up. And I am sure that they will retain all those great spiritual things without which we cannot win through. I repeat that the United States can accept no result, save victory, final, complete. Not only must the shame of Japanese treachery be wiped out, but the sources of international brutality, wherever they exist, must be absolutely and finally broken. In my message to the Congress yesterday, I said that we will make very certain that this form of treachery shall never endanger us again. In order to achieve that certainty, we must begin the great task that is before us by abandoning once and for all the illusion that we can ever again isolate ourselves from the rest in these past few years, and most violently in the past 3 days, we have learned a terrible lesson. It is our obligation to our dead. It is our sacred obligation to their children, and our children, that we must never forget what we have learned. And what we have learned is this: there is no such thing as security for any nation or any individual in a world ruled by the principles of security. There is no such thing as impregnable defense against powerful aggressors who sneak up in the dark and strike without warning. We have learned that our ocean-girt hemisphere is not immune from severe attacks, that we cannot measure our safety in terms of miles on any map anymore. We may acknowledge that our enemies have performed a brilliant feat of deception, critically timed and executed with great skill. It was a thoroughly dishonorable deed, but we must face the fact that modern warfare as conducted in the national
Velké vlny?
is a dirty business.
No, možná.
We don't like it. We didn't want to get in it.
A
We
sakra.
are in it, and we're going to fight it
Začínají vlny.
with everything that we've got.
Do prdele.
I do not think
Je ten
any
kokot.
American has any doubt of our ability to administer proper punishment to the perpetrators.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Feuer über große Distanz. Feuer frei.
That for weeks Germany has been telling Japan that if Japan did not
Mazej
attack
do
the
kotelny.
United States, Japan would not share in dividing the spoils with Germany when peace came. She was promised by Germany that if she came in, she would receive the complete and perpetual control of the whole of the Pacific area. That means not only the Far East, but also all of the islands of the Pacific, and also a stranglehold on the west coast of North
it would serve us ill if we accomplished that, found that the rest of the world was dominated by Hitler and Mussolini. So we are going to win the war, and we are going to win the peace that follows. And in the difficult hours of this day, those dark days that may be yet to come, we will know that the vast majority of the members of the human race are on our side. Many of them are fighting with us. All of them are praying for us. But in representing our cause, we represent theirs as well. Our hope and their hope for liberty under God.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the President of the United States who has addressed the nation and the world from the Oval Office of the White House here in Washington, D.C. I should like to remember here that this is the most confident in this room that has ever appeared. This is Walt Conference speaking, returning you now from our Washington studios.
This is John Taylor reporting from CBS Newsroom in New York. Here's the latest developments in the war in Sudan. First, the bulletin that has just come in baseline in Manila. The Army communique says that an Army bomber has scored 2 direct hits on a Japanese battleship of the Hiroshima class, the 29,000 ton class, at a point 10 miles north of northern Luzon. A fire was started on the ship in the bulletin. 2 bombs dropped close alongside the ship. The battleship was just blamed in fiercely when the bomber left the scene. It's now about 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon in Manila. Japanese forces have been steady at many points in the East Pacific, but there have been no important developments in the last few hours. This attack has begun forward and still according to the latest water project communique out of Washington, Japanese landing on the west coast of Luzon has been repulsed. The last territory of Mars. Washington is looking at Japan's going to foothold the northern coast, probably between Sudan and the Pacific. With almost no news on other American objectives in this area, the Army commander Kanalu Lov reports that Hawaii has suffered no enemy attacks at all. The island of Hawaii is quiet. All citizens, hundreds of several thousand Japanese, are looking to cooperate with the authorities. Hawaii is now on the march. Cooperating in other areas, Japanese troops are captured the British aerodrome at Proto, in the northern sector of British Malaya near the Thai border. South of Proto, British forces are putting up vigorous resistance. And Singapore, Britain's naval base in southeastern Malaya, is being reinforced by naval air units from the Dutch East India. About an hour ago, Columbia's shortwave listening station here in New York heard the British radio say that the Dutch fleet has left Canadian waters. Quoting Singapore dispatches, BBC also said that 270 American and British subjects have already been returned to Japan. From Singapore Direct comes word that an undisclosed number of survivors have been landed at the British naval base from the British warship Prince of Wales and Repulse, which the Japanese sank yesterday. The Associated Press reports that Columbia correspondent Cecil Brown is among those rescued from the Repulse, and so is O'Dowd Gallagher, correspondent to the London Daily Express. Both Brown and Gallagher were previously reported on board the Prince of Wales. So far, there is no news of Admiral Sir Tom Phillips, commander of Britain's Far Eastern Fleet. Regarding operations farther north, the British say they have stabilized their positions at the Crown Colony of Hong Kong and repulsed 2 Japanese attacks. Chinese forces are advancing against the Japanese in the Canton area, which is a few miles north and west of Hong Kong. On our own west coast, California is now blacked out from the Mexican border north to west of Boulder Dam in Nevada. The Fourth Interceptor Command says this is not a practice blackout. There is a report just in about that area. The Army announced tonight that unidentified planes were over in the south of Los Angeles, and the planes of the Fourth Interceptor Command have been sent aloft to determine if they were enemy aircraft. A few hours ago, all radio stations in the Los Angeles area were shut down under orders from the Army. In Mexico, a large-scale move to reinforce Mexico's Pacific coast defense is underway. All Mexican troops, planes, and gunboats that can be spared are at this moment moving westward. It was announced in Mexico City as General Lazaro Cardenas, the former president, has been named the commander-in-chief of all Mexican armed forces on Mexico's Pacific shoreline. And that is the latest news from the Far East. The next special news broadcast will be heard over many of these stations at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Columbia, which is keeping its network open all night, will continue to interrupt its regularly scheduled programs to bring you the latest news. John Daly speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Moscow plans the whole German Central Army is rolling back on the front west of Moscow. The troops are overrunning more and more of the Libyan desert. Berlin says U-boats have sunk 4 merchant ships in the Atlantic and damaged 2 fuel ships. Berlin is putting pressure on Britain over Martinique. Relations between Britain and Portugal are strained because of Timor, island in the Far East. At Lisbon, Portugal is waiting for an official answer to its demand that Dutch and Australian troops be withdrawn from the Lieutenant General of the Fifth Army Corps, Richard Brooking, made his first visit and inspection at Camp Edwards. In the Boston Herald this morning, the story of Beverly and defense. In Massachusetts, 1,000 state American Legion men have volunteered for guard duty at Michael Point. The war is not going to black out the uses of famous German and Italian promotions in America, the United Press says. In Boston, despite the war, Boston will observe Christmas Eve in a traditional manner with strolling carols, singing the old familiar tunes in the streets, groups clustering around brightly lighted trees and outdoor gatherings, and with the customary parties in countless homes. The largest Christmas tree ever erected on Boston Common has been displayed for the first time, 80 feet tall. In Newton, Reverend J. DeWolf Terry Jr.
Ten kokot
Church, Newtonville, at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, like the father, Right Reverend J. DeWolf Terry, Bishop of the Rhode Island Diocese. Boston police officials and more than 100 members of the Boston Junior Police Force may file Christmas Day at the Pomozte.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Deckgeschütz besetzen. Flaks besetzen. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Auf Brücke zielen. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Feuer über mittlere Distanz.
Here is the latest summary by the United States. Legislation creating a potential army of men awaits President Roosevelt's signature. The measure calls for compulsory military training for all eligible men between 20 and 44 years of age. However, failure to drop the minimum age to 19 years is expected to be the Army's volunteer.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ruder, hart Backbord. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Ruder
0 Grad. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Ruder
1-1.
Grad Steuerbord.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Ruder
0 Grad.
Had one air raid alarm for more than an hour today, but no details of the attack are available yet. We now transfer you back to the next studio WETI.
to Uncle George. Merry Christmas to the missus. Merry Christmas to June. Hey there, mister. How about a Merry Christmas to you? Why not treat yourself to a new bond overcoat and make this one Christmas you'll remember pleasantly for some years to come. You'll find these blonde aristocrats the answer to your overcoat praise. Smooth-looking, tough as nail tuskies, feather light on your shoulders, and packed from collar to hem with distinguished style. A combination of suede Rochester style and needlework, plus top-ranking woolen, is a team that can't be beaten, especially when those Rochester needleworkers are bronze craftsmen. And here are prices that can't be beaten either, not for quality like this at any rate. $22, $25, $30, and $35. So much for whiz, mister. These are the coats for you. Hop down to Bronze today and Merry Christmas yourself with a new bronze Rochester tailored overcoat. Bronze will be open every evening until 9 o'clock. All of you must have a few books that you've read and for which you have no further use. So why not send them along to be distributed to some worthy person? You can mail your books or drop them off at the Bond store here in Boston at Washington and Essex Street. Bond will distribute your books to someone who will have a happier Christmas because of your generosity. Do it now. Mail, send, or bring your books to your Bond clothes store.
More United States News Summary. At Hong Kong, a little band of Empire troops is making a bitter last-ditch fight. The Canadians, Scots, Indians, the suddenly found colonies still are holding out at such points despite the overwhelming force of the Japanese storm. All agree it's a hopeless last stand, but they're still fighting. London has been able to reestablish contact with Hong Kong, and the governor of the colony, Sir Mark Young, has telegraphed the news that the garrison still holds fast. Sir Mark went to particular pains to deny Japanese claims that he had fled the island. British troops in Malaya have backed up some more before the Japanese stand. Withdrawal has been made in northwest Malaya, south of the Sian River. The British had said they would make a strong stand along the Sian, some 300 miles or more above Singapore. Moscow claims that the whole German Central Army is rolling back in the front west of Moscow. Six Nazi submachine gun crews are fighting desperate rear guard action. Nevertheless, according to the Russians, Red Army tank and cavalry units are slashed with the German flank, threatening to trap tens of thousands. Between Mozai and Bolo-Kalmat, the retreat is said to have become a rout in many sectors. In the Tula area, south of Moscow, the Nazis are reported destroying an even their signal and motor repair men in a vain effort to halt the Russian advance. British forces are overrunning more and more of the Libyan desert. The Italians that active troops have attacked two divisions west of Derna in the face of savage attacks by British armored units. We're transferring back now to the main studio.
If you want to receive a great big hand come Christmas morning, just hand him a pair of expensive-looking Bond gloves. There's one gift that's sure to radiate this of any man of good taste. Soft, smooth sheepskin or rich, warm-wearing pigskin, all hand-cut by masters of the famous Scrubber's Gift, and modestly priced at Bronze for just $1.95. In this day and age, that's an unusually low price for expensive-looking gloves like these, so why not grab this gift to save money on your holiday shopping tour? Stop in at Bronze for one or two pairs of these distinguished gloves. Incidentally, while you're there, take a peek at that muffler and gloves set. That's only $1.95 too. Both muffler and gloves are knitted from soft, fleecy wool, which means they're as warm and comfortable as they are good-looking. This hint on gloves can be multiplied 100 times with those hundreds of gifts for men at Bronze. This concludes the morning news from the Boston Herald Studios, brought to you by Bronze. The next complete broadcast of Herald Sound News, 1 o'clock. WBEI Boston. It is now 6 minutes before 8 o'clock. Do you want to make magnificent presents to your home and family this Christmas? Have you thought of an Oriental rug from Graves? You might spend hours in thought and a minute of months without finding a gift so thrilling, so enduring, and so lovely to present. You couldn't choose a better time to buy an Oriental rug than during the annual discount sale of rugs now going on at Graves. During discount sale days, you may buy any Oriental rug in Graves' tremendous selection at a saving of at least 20%. In many cases, you'll save 30, 40, 50%, and even more at Praise, Fairmont Street at Park Street Subway Station in Boston. In the interest of national defense, Mr. Rideout's weather report has been temporarily suspended. This morning, we bring you WBEI's free front war summary, an accurate last-minute digest of major developments in the three theaters of war, Asia and Pacific, Europe, and Africa. And now the makers of Fred Smith bring you a summary of war news along the Asiatic and Pacific front. The Philippine situation this morning is grave. Japanese troops have gained a toehold at the port of Davao on the island of Mindanao, 900 miles southeast of Manila. Heavy fighting is in progress here, but there is a large Japanese population. How important a part these Japanese residents will play in the eventual outcome remains to be seen. It is important for American troops to remain in possession of Davao, for in Japanese hands, it could be used as an excellent air and naval base for Philippine operations. Across the China Sea, a gallant little army of Imperial troops continue the defense of Hong Kong Island, and Japanese dispatches now admit that British forces still hold several points, notably Victoria Peak, strategically important because it is the highest point on the island. British forces are also entrenched at Stanley Point on the southern end of the island, in the city of Victoria, and are defending a line between Mount Davis on the west and Mount Siwan on the east. Chinese forces continue to attack the rear of the Japanese forces in Kowloon on the Hong Kong mainland, but it does not seem probable that they can rescue the Hong Kong garrison. A British defeat here is probable. The Malayan situation seems to have quieted down a little. Both British and Japanese troops are resting for the next phase of the battle, expected to take place about 300 miles north of Singapore on the Cleon River line. Headline out for today's grocery list. Friends, mincemeat. You know how important Christmas mince pies are. You know what long hours it takes to make mincemeat. So be modern. Use Friends ready-to-use mincemeat. Stock up today for your Christmas needs. Save yourself a lot of cost. Friends is not the dry kind of mincemeat. It's fresh and moist, with plenty of fresh meat, suet, raisins, candy fruit, molasses, spices, as richly delicious as you can possibly make it yourself. Enrich your Christmas menus with luscious pies made from Friends ready-to-use mincemeat. Your grocer has it. Be sure it's fresh. More headlines from the European front, brought to you by the makers of Barbara John's medicine. German forces are still being driven back on the eastern front. Fierce Russian attacks, of course, the abandonment of key positions around the key city of Dochází. This important city is only 60 miles west of Moscow. German forces have also evacuated the town of Ruzha, a few miles northeast of Dochází. Red Army troops are said to be threatening to cut off the big German garrison retreating from this town. Russian cavalry units, supported by tanks, have broken into the German rear and Volokala sector, also on the Moscow front, and the Germans are retreating here too. The German government is angry about the defense agreement between Martinique and the United States. Berlin is bringing pressure to bear on the Vichy government. Portugal is angry about the Allied occupation of Timor and has demanded an Allied withdrawal of troops. London has flatly refused. The time now seems right for Hitler to draw Portugal into the action camp. The big question is, what will Portugal do? And that's the news on the European front. Colds have a way of upsetting our plans. Were you all set for It is rich in the natural vitamins A and D, which aid the body in its fight against cold. Millions of people in the past 86 years have found this well-known medicine extremely valuable in giving relief from cold.
once a year, and it's your right to enjoy it. But you can't fully enjoy it if money worries are bred to dampen your holiday spirit. So instead of wondering, how am I going to pay for Christmas, find out about the special Christmas shopping plan offered by the Friendly Morris Plan Bank. The bank for the individual. The bank that understands your Christmas time problem. Go into the office at 209 Washington Street or one of the Park Square, Cambridge, or Roxbury branches. See how quickly with no red tape or unusual requirements, a Morris Plan Bank officer can arrange a plan to cover your holiday life. They'll show you the good sense of repaying your loan in small, comfortable amounts over a convenient period rather than charging more for your purchases and then worrying all the run out of it when bills come in after the holiday.
Dr. James Sherrill Montgomery, the House Chaplain, has offered prayer. The chaplain has spoken of the night around us and the faith which will bring us through. Let us live alive and free, he prays. And he speaks of faith, hope, conviction, and heroism. The galleries are slow in filling. There are still empty seats. There appear to be not as many congressmen here now as on Monday, when some were missing because they had been in far corners of the country when the hurry call for them was sent. There is not quite the tension of Monday. More now, there is a feeling that the expected has happened. The bottom has been reached. Civilization like a thousand cars. A little bit. Grimly we proceed to fight through the cluttering wreckage brought by the warlords of aggression. The House is now going on with its regular business while waiting for the messenger from the White House. The declarations of war will be introduced in each chamber immediately after the presidential messages have been read. The declarations will read like the one adopted in the case of Japan, but in this case, Germany and Italy will be substituted. The resolution will, in the case of Germany, will read as follows. Declaring that a state of war exists between the government of Germany and the government and people of the United States, and making provisions to prosecute the same. Whereas the imperial therefore be it resolved that the state of war between the United States and Germany, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared, and that the President be and is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and the resources of the government to carry on the war against Germany, and to bring the conflict to a successful termination. All of the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States. Again, Senator Connolly, Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, will offer the resolution on Those who were once isolationists have closed up ranks. They stand shoulder to shoulder with those who always supported the administration. Japan's treacherous attack cast the die. It was accepted on Monday by almost all congressmen that Germany had urged Japan on to the assault. But now there is the additional and overwhelming consideration that Germany and Italy have already declared war. Policy now express themselves. Well, take Senator Taft, the Ohio Republican, for example. He says the president will have the unlimited support of every American in the all-out war which he predicted will last at least last-ditch isolationist in former days
inviting of immediate retaliation. There should be a quick declaration of war. We should go into it with the knowledge that no matter how long it will take, we can and will win the war. And Senator Austin, Vermont Republican, says, this adds nothing to our knowledge that the United States is and has been an object of Hitler's aggression. But it is a good thing for some reasons, one of which is that it will terminate the sniping which might otherwise have continued within the United States. And Austin added, to make the formal expression of the situation complete, the United States ought to declare war promptly upon all of the Axis powers. And Senate Majority Leader Barclay declared, inasmuch as Germany and Italy have declared war on us, there is nothing to do but tighten up our belts, gird our loins, and go to war. Now here's bulletin. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee has unanimously approved the resolutions recognizing a state of war, the existence of a state of war with Germany and Italy. Still, the House and Senate are waiting for the special messages to come from the White House, which will ask the Congress to declare the existence of a state of war. Meantime, there's been a very interesting press conference at the War Department. Secretary of War Stimson has announced that General MacArthur, the commanding general in the Philippines, has confirmed the sinking of the 29,000-ton Japanese battleship Haruna, or a battleship of the same type, sunk yesterday by the American Army Air Forces north of Luzon. Mr. Stimson reported continued attempts by strong Japanese forces to establish themselves along the northern coast of Luzon. Determined resistance has confined this action to the attack in the vicinity of Apari at the extreme northern tip of Luzon, where the Japanese attempted to establish a beachhead yesterday. Air activity continued in the vicinity of Manila with intermittent attacks on airfields at Cavite and Nichols Field throughout the day. Mr. Stimson made his announcement quietly to a large press conference at the War Department. He was composed, cool, and occasionally he made personal comments. When he had been Governor General of the Philippines, he recalled, he had had difficulty in just getting himself through the mountains of northern Luzon by himself. The Japanese, he said, would have a hard time getting an army through those mountains. Secretary Stimson reported that we are strengthening our own defenses everywhere. He did not know the full details as to the Sunday attack on Hawaii. There is no time now for recrimination, no time even for investigation. That will come later. Now is the time, said Mr. Stimson, for preparation and action. Now, while we wait for the presidential messages to come up from the White House to be read in the Senate and House, we send you back temporarily to New York.
Now, Kate, I don't see any reason to return to you, so I think I'll just give our closing commercial and then we'll sign off.
Back in the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. And now the message from President Roosevelt has arrived. The reading clerk will read it to the House. We take it to the platform.
Congress of the United States. On the morning of December 11th, the government of Germany, pursuing its course of world conquest, declared war against the United States.
To je čarostřelec, bože.
And the long expected has thus taken place.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy. Ruder hart Backbord. Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
Ruder
0 Grad.
Je ten kokot.
Delay invites greater danger. Rapid and united effort.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Auf Wasserlinie zielen.
Všichni spí. Tady taky bordel.
Nicht genug Besatzung an den Dieseln, Herr Kaloy.
Diesel chcípnu. Aha. Není loď. Máme další. Máme 2300. Tam ještě jeden. To jsou dva.
Franklin D. Roosevelt, the White House. December
Hmm,
11,
bravo.
1941.
Oni jsou dva.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Gehen wieder auf Kurs, Herr Kaloin.
Right, has just come over from the Senate side of the Capitol. He'll tell you now the Senate's action this morning, Mr. Severide.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
You've heard the President's message to Congress as read by the clerk here in the House of Representatives, where we are broadcasting. I have just come through the corridor from the Senate.
Ještě jedno.
The Senate was through with the action much quicker.
Takže přijdi.
Finishing their vote on the
Kolik máš?
which was introduced by Senator Tom Connally,
To
chairman of the Foreign
čelostřelec jebli.
The Senate vote was taken just now. It is 88 to nothing. The vote is unanimous there. The House is now just considering the resolution and will commence its voting very soon. At 12:20 exactly, the Vice President announced the Senate will receive a message from the President of the United States. And then came the President.
Jebat United States. Teď se zrovna pojebali. Chuj. Dávaj 347, no. Tovarišči. Mein Gott. Karel Gott, vole. A je klid. Americe. Uložit. A je klid. To bude další. Takže to není křižník. Ne, tady ještě nic. Tady. Hrajeme vodičky, křížky, kolečka, vole. Křížek. Rovně. U 130. 8 ztratil. Asi se někde v bordelu.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Ruder
0
Grad.
To máme rozjebané trošku. Dobrá práce. Loď? Co to bylo? Hej, co to je? To nehlásí.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Že nehlásí loď. Kokot. Že to není křižník. Nejde, takže nic. Chci je, vole. Moc nevidí. A průjezd. Aha, stejně. Kam ty pluješ? Jo?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Gehen wieder auf Kurs, Herr Kaloin.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Ty vejce, vole. Vejce. Zajebalo. Co to bylo?
Derzeitige Tiefe
2-0.
Nalevo byla.
Derzeitige Tiefe
3-0.
Derzeitige Tiefe
4-0.
Není. Je v dupě.
Derzeitige Tiefe
5-0.
Všetci spí.
Derzeitige Tiefe
6-0.
To je tu chrape. Když to kotelny, vole. No, to je chrape, vole. Zítra začne válka se Sovětským svazem. 19. jún 41. Zítra začne. Tady máme, vole. No, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Jeho východ. Cože? A už vím kde. Tady, vole. Freetown. Jo, přesně tam.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Alle Maschinen stopp.
Přetočíme na 20. Válka se Sovětským svazem. A? Co je zase? Ty vole, ten je velký. Čím čarara, čím. Co to za vlajka? Co to za vlajka? Kde jsem? Červená, anglická, Kanada, Jižní Afrika, ano. To ne. Indie. Britský, já ti dám Reich. Šumejde, ještě britský.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus. Seerohrtiefe. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Wahnsinnige Fahrt.
Potěmky. Indicky. Z Ameriky do Indie. Nahoru.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ausblasen!
Pustit hajzly. Ničím. Nejsou torpeda. Na sviňu. Není čím čará, čím. Moment. Je ten kokot. On spí? Jak spí, vole? Nespí. Jak se to vytahuje? Soll sie zastavit?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Alle Maschinen stopp.
Dávej to tam. Jak si to tam...
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Schnorcheltiefe.
Auf Tauchstationen! Alle Entwicklungen sind klar!
Kam se potápíš, blbče? Počkej, vole, štorchl.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Wahnsinnige Fahrt voraus.
Jak to funguje, do prdele? Není. Není. Jak se to tam dává, tyjo? Nahoru, ale... Jaj.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Ausblasen!
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Gehen wieder auf Kurs, Herr Kaloin.
Kurs, ja, ale... No. Torpeda. Jak se to vytahuje z toho? Že to nejde, vole. No co teď s tím? Rezervy. To je jiné zase. Co to je za bordel? Moment. Torpedorum. Jo, roboty, do roboty. Roboty. Arbeit. Jak teď to funguje jako? Jít? Tak to vytáhnete, kdo? Jak auto, ručně. Je to tam. Tady? Jak není? A už je hodinu. No, tak dík. Ten druhý? Tam nejsou lidi. No, oni spí. Hajzlí. Do lůžka. Popadá. A tu máme ještě dvě. Hodina v prdeli. tady to. Stop.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Alle Maschinen stopp.
Překročit čas. A rychle. Sofort. Kde to je? Už to tam váže? Bomba. Máme. Jedno. Dělej, vole. Máme dvě. Ještě, že tak. Hotovo. Je ten kokot.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Seerohrtiefe.
Auf Tauchstationen! Untertriebszelle wird geflutet! Alle Entwicklungen sind klar! Vorne unten 15. Hinten um 10.
Jak není sound? To je velká kořist, vole. A není sound. No, je v prdeli. Už je v říti. Zdrdol. Je tam furt vzadu. Je tady nás. Pluje k nám. Stoj.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Alle Maschinen stopp.
Ježiš, to je kokot, kde je?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
Neue Tiefe.
2, 4.
Kde je ten mamlas? Není, vole. Jo, jenom nastavené. Aha. Takový útok?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin.
To bylo. On to vypracuje?
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Nahegelegenster Frachter markiert.
Aha. Taková nová funkce, nebo co? Kde je ten kopot? Ještě pluje. Žumle. Asi nás přepluje. Blbec. No, tak to se zvědavý. Někde přítí, jo. Aha. Nějaký metal, vole. Máme ještě pivo? Máme chuja. Po dárce není pivo. Kurva. Bordel. Kdo skočí? Kdo skočí? Kam jako? Bermudy. Pro pivo. Výborně. Aha, to by šlo. Good work. Mňam. Co je tam? Hovno. Tam? Ale pomrdanče. Je to jsou mrdalinky? Ne, to jsou pomrdanče. Banana? Banana. Pomrdanče. Interior. Co tam je? Počkej, já jdu. Co to je? Aha, to je držka. Holce. Vyměň ho. Mazej spát. Kokotí hlavo. Diesel agregát. posrané dudy, vole. Ohni, diesel, do dieselu, jebdi. Všichni spí. Výborně. Janělková, Janička. Zablada. Janělková jezdila z Komanču, z hranice, točit porno. Janělková, no jo. Zavaluty. Janělková. Mám tu nějaké fotky, chcete vidět? Jenom mě to nezrušili, vole. Máme, ale musíme to nějak cenzurovat. Ne, asi ne, vole. A dontre. Kde to máme? Co to máme? Kde to je, vole? Tady je taková. Ne. Janělkou. Ne, to ne, žádné porno. Ty by nás zabanovali na YouTube. Žádnou Janělkou. A dontre. Jebat. Žádné jebačky, běžte spát. Konec dneska. Konec. Konec. Čtyři loďky dneska.